One day down, 2 days to go on the most important event in the sport of fishing. This is it. The 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. We are in Texas for the fourth time in the 54 years of this World Championship. We're at Lake Ray Roberts. We were here 4 years ago, 2021. It's a different Lake Ray Roberts this time around. We got so much to take in, so much to tell you about what happened on day number one. But let's take you down to our location. We're about halfway up to Oklahoma from our host city of Fort Worth. About an hour's travel time for these anglers to get up there, and they'll be returning for the weigh-in later on today. Not too early to start talking about that. Lots of fireworks last night. We'll show you plenty of that as we get ready for the start of fishing today. The anglers just now getting underway. The takeoff scheduled for right now, 7:30 on Lake Ray Roberts. And Mark Zona, Peter Miller with us here. And Z, the conditions are such they got to move back to the state park where the takeoff was supposed to be. So that's a good sign, but let's not be deceived. There's going to be wind today.
Well, definitely. And Ray Roberts was said to be a grouchy lake throughout practice. Well, different situation now. A lot warmer this morning with lighter winds. Thank goodness, Tommy Sanders.
Thank goodness. Welcome to all of you to Bassmaster Live, this special week for Bassmaster Live. 3 days of the Classic. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Mark Zona. 20th year, has been leading us through this event right here. So great to have you here. Peter Miller, first-time Classic for you. Peter Miller, known well in both the bass and the saltwater world, a world champion, a sail fisherman, so many wins, 300 competitions. You're no stranger to competition. This one's different, though, isn't it?
Well, that's what I love about this event, and this is a make-or-break day. You know, you have your day one, you want to get your first bag, you want to get situated. Number two is the day where it happens, where you make that final cut to the 25, and this is a very special day. Conditions have changed, the fish are biting, and I think it's going to be a great day. The winds lay down a little bit for now, and it may pick up a little later.
You know what? The two stories from the weigh-in yesterday, we were able to really grill a lot of the leaders. Is there is something in this Bassmaster Classic for every fisherman that's watching this, from technology to traditional fishing to actual finesse fishing on Ray Roberts to absolute power fishing, big line, big baits. And the other story in this tournament right now, can you stop Trey McKinney? The reason I say that, I was really listening to his game plan before the tournament and really after the weigh-in yesterday. That dude backed off at noon on day one of the Classic on a lake. We're talking about Ray Roberts, where so many anglers were saying, I'm getting 6-7 bites a day. And he's like, oh no, I'm getting plenty of bites, and I have seen a lot more. We made this comment yesterday. That dude does not know how good he is.
He is an absolute phenomenon. We will enjoy staying with him. We'll be in the boat with him all day. Hey, it just seems like we just finished the weigh-in from day number one a few hours ago, because we just did. It was a fantastic weigh-in. Let's show you some of the sights, the sounds.
Well, he's from nearby Longview, Texas. Livesay.
Lee Livesay, one of the Texas favorites here, coming in. We didn't know it was going to be as good as it was for him, but it was.
Exactly. From there, from Wisconsin, yet again in the mix. Jay Shakurat, 23 pounds and 7 ounces.
Jay Shakurat having yet another great Classic. Easton Fothergill, what a great run-up to his Progressive Bassmaster Elite career. He's had a little stumble at the start of the year, but coming back strong at the right time.
Big bag yesterday for Sir Easton Fothergill. From Canada, the animal. Corey Johnston not getting a lot of bites, but in the mix, 25 pounds and 9 ounces.
And only 1 pound out of the lead there.
Oh, absolutely. Look out for that guy. And there's the man we were talking about. What a show he put on for us yesterday. And it didn't end till the weigh-in was almost over. Brought in 26 pounds and 9 ounces. Second-year man, Trey McKinney. First Classic for him. You can't start any better than that. And that's the leaderboard as it stands right now at Takeoff. Trey McKinney with a pound advantage over Corey Johnston. Easton Fothergill hanging in there in a big way. He is right behind our two at the top. Jay Shakurit, you just expect him to be in the top 5 no matter what the competition is, no matter what the points race is. Jay Shakurit always there, top tier guy all the time. Lee Livesay, same story for him, plus he's got the Texas angle.
No doubt about it. Really, Lee Livesay's day was very interesting yesterday. Lee Livesay pretty much fishing shallow the entire day, but the story of day one, like we said, Trey McKinney starting out in an area with about, he said, 4 or 5 anglers very, very close to him, predominantly using what he said is, let's just call it, Ready Tommy Sanders, eerily similar to last year's Bassmaster Classic with Justin Hamner. I'm using a suspending jerkbait. Let's just call it that right now.
That's what we'll hold it at right there, but it was amazing to watch.
You got to keep some things under wraps, and that's what he did. He's very good at hiding that lure on day one, but he's at the ripe old age of 20 years old, ripping it up out there, and like you said, moving to the next spot, leaving fish behind because he knew he had to come back to that spot and establish his weights, you know, for the day two.
Trey McKinney ripping and a tear, and no doubt about it. Peter Miller. And one of the things that was really cool to watch yesterday with Trey McKinney, he said his game plan, we talked about this, was to catch 14 to 16 pounds and then make upgrades. Well, his first 5 bass were about 22 pounds. And every single secondary spot that he went to before noon, he made big calls like this one right here.
I know it's a different fishery, but if it's got a very similar lay of the land and these scenes very much like his almost record-setting performance at Lake Fork just down the road last year.
Yeah, and one of the things that he said about day 2 was the reason he backed off on day 1, he did not want to burn any 4 to 5 pounders. That was the biggest thing, but he said he is going to burn a couple areas down today.
And this is a different Trey McKinney that we're seeing because he's cool, calm, and collected. He's not tripping out. He's not freaking out. He's very calm. The fish came in very calmly. And, again, he moved out of the spot like a mature adult at 20 years old. I can't get over it.
His skill set is just something to behold.
What
if
is
you want
that?
to stay with us and watch it. Oh, no,
those things scare the fire out of me.
Why would they scare you?
Very unnatural. Very
Friendly.
unnatural. It's like a bridge, man.
Soft.
There's something about it.
Soft and friendly. Bass Pro Shops, what's not to love about that? This is the 55th contest to decide the World Championship here at Lake Ray Roberts, Pilot Point, Texas. That's the location of, I've heard it both ways, Du Bois and Dubois State Park. And we're happy to be back there today. The wind has really been troublesome. We can't,
Tommy, you remember that movie?
Underplay that.
You remember that movie when you were a kid, The Red Balloon?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
99 Red Balloon. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Nana Cherry.
Well, we're going to be watching, of course, Trey McKinney. We spent so much time with him yesterday. Not quite as much time with Corey Johnston, but Corey Johnston we know to be a super threat, and the fact that he is a simple pound behind makes him all the more dangerous. Corey earlier today.
Just go out there and go fish.
Man, I feel good. I don't know. It's not nervous at all. Just
I'm just going out there.
we're going fishing. It's I don't have one spot where it's loaded, got a bunch of fish. We're just gonna run around, do what we do, and see what happens. I might not get a bite today. I don't know. We'll just
Put a little bigger smile.
do what I think I need to do, and it is what it is at the end of the day. I don't know. Have some fun.
You could make a case that Corey's possibly the hottest guy in the sport of fishing over the past 6 months, let's call it.
Fair to say, Corey Johnston getting it done yesterday with a shaky head on isolated rock. Couple good ones early and then moving shallow. And here's the one thing that's interesting. One of the anglers that actually made flippin' work yesterday, and he said these areas, little isolated laydowns, only about, say, 6 to 18 inches of water that he said are starting to reload. A lot of fish starting to move very shallow on Ray Roberts. 7/16 ounce. As he said, let's just call it a jig.
Okay.
That's what he said.
We're going back to basics today.
Yes, we are.
In regard to our language, in regard to our vocabulary and lure identification. Corey Johnston. It's an international crew here at this Classic, as it has been for several years, many of the past years. Corey Johnston leading the way for the international gang here from Japan, from Australia, from Canada. Got some great performers among those 56, and there's the scene there. at the state park. Takeoff underway right now. Some anglers probably already getting close to where they're going to start, and we will be started fishing momentarily.
Yeah, and really yesterday's fishing, obviously for guys like Lee Livesay, Chris Zaldane, really the biggest change today, less wind, and it is about 10 degrees warmer. It was tight yesterday morning.
Well, of course, as we say, we'll be with 10 anglers all day long in the boat, and of course, absolutely, our leader, Trey McKinney.
Here we are, guys. We just got buzzed by a Bass Pro Shops hot balloon, air balloon. So, can't say that. You don't get to see that anywhere but the Bassmaster 5. So we're fired up. We're getting ready to head out. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes till game time. So, we'll get the life jacket on. We got to do the interview, which is absolutely awesome because I've always watched it. And hopefully we can do that, not mess it up, and go catch some bass.
Special energy about that guy as well. I mean, he's different in just about every way, but in a good way.
I made the comment this morning to you, when you talk to him about fishing, he reminds me of 2 or 3 anglers that we have covered throughout the history of working together. There's a lot going on in that mind, and a lot of it is, it's amazing that he's 20 years old, like you said.
Yeah, and to get buzzed by a hot air balloon, that must have been one fast balloon, so Bass Pro's got it going on, jetpacks on the back.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully these guys are going to jet to their spots as quickly as they can. It looks very much more inviting, the conditions for takeoff today, than it did yesterday. John Cox headed for someplace as far away from our cameras as he can get, because that's his practice and that's his plan with every tournament, and it seems to work.
Exactly right. You can tell it is a different Ray Roberts. You could not run like that for the last pretty much 20 days on this lake.
What a difference a day can make, and hopefully today is the make or break day for most of the guys that are up there, or the guys that aren't there can get up there for that final 25 tomorrow.
Got a first fish, Chris Zaldane, a 4.5 pounder. Good start.
Oh, man. So it begins. The fish catching. We saw some good giant fish coming into boats yesterday. This place is known for it. Different layout, different sort of catch numbers that we're getting here than we were here in 2021. And we'll explain all that and talk about what that's all about a little bit later on to today. But right now, let's get out to our own Robbie Floyd out there doing his thing, finding the stories, and he's with our leader, Trey McKinney.
24, Lithium, Rookie of the Year from Illinois, Trey McKinney.
All right, T-Ray, 20 years old, first classic, and, you know, it's tough. You made some poor decisions to start your week in practice, loading by yourself in 40-mile-an-hour winds. You turned that around and made a day one classic debut like no other. How are you going to keep this positive momentum and these good decisions going?
Absolutely. I mean, momentum is key in anything. But another time is these fish, I think they're coming to me, which is exciting, you know. You don't know what can happen when it's into March. They got to come up to the bank. They got to come. I mean, at some point, and it's going to be 80 today, they're coming. I don't know where, but they're coming. So that gives me hope. That's what it takes to win something, and hopefully we're in the right place.
Positivity that way. I know there's a NASCAR race today, and you were dealing with some electronic issues yesterday. Didn't get to fish the way you wanted to the entire time. Have those things been sorted, and how much of a concern is that for you today?
Absolutely. We don't got no concern today. Everything's good. After you beat your boat in these big waves we've had to deal with here, something's got to give after a little while. So that's what happened. But here we are, guys. We're getting ready to take off and hopefully go catch a big bag.
Good luck. Time to get busy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Robbie Floyd. Trey McKinney out there getting ready to get started. He won't be long getting to his spot.
The other thing about that really is you listen to Trey McKinney that his boat got busted up. Our man Robbie Floyd right there, he got busted up pretty bad yesterday.
He
took some licks, man.
He goes out. He risks all to find the story, and we do appreciate that every moment he gets.
He was a motocross cyclist for a while, so he beat his body up pretty good. So any little pounding going across this lake is a little rough on him.
Aggravating. All those old war injuries there for sure. That's the scene still happening there. Good crowd at Takeoff yesterday. Looks like another good crowd at the Takeoff today. Tribute to all the bass fishing fans in this giant area. And this is a place, as a result of all the fandom here and all the participants in the sport, it gets a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and one of the things that we got to see on Ray Roberts yesterday, taking a look at the lake right there, Yesterday afternoon, this lake absolutely exploded. A lot of big ones were caught later in the day, from noon all the way to weigh-in, and Livesay said, I have got to change my rotation because basically the first 4.5 hours sucked.
Yeah. And then hour number 5?
Fantastic.
There you go.
All right, day 2. We were boat 1, so we started where we caught most of our fish yesterday. Gonna see if they're biting early. The water stayed pretty warm. It's 56.6. They might not be biting right off the bat, but it's not gonna take long today, I don't think, if they're gonna bite in here. That's a good thing, you know. Key today, keeping our trolling motor in the water and fishing. You know, we need a big bag today. We need 28 plus. I can't be running around trying to do all kinds of crazy stuff. I just need to fish today in 2 or 3 small key areas and just hope for a little magic with some 6+ pounders. But that's it. Beautiful sunrise. Wind's not blowing as bad on beautiful Lake Ray Roberts. I'm ready to get a bite.
Livesay, as we say, so well known for his exploits on Lake Fork as a guide and all the money he's won over there. He's won a lot of money over here as well.
And you take a look at that cadence of his. It's like the one twitch, the real twitch, and then he went to singles, and then he went to none. A little different, you know, approach for each cast.
And one of the things watching his day yesterday, predominantly spent the entire day really in about 5 feet of water and less. We know that he has a lot of isolated, deeper rock. Davey was with him on his official practice day using a 3/8 ounce bladed jig. Color is pink. Tommy, we talked about this. I've never said that on Bassmaster Live.
The pink bladed jig.
And it all started at about 12:45 to 1 p.m. Isolated milfoil, and definitely sharing this area with a couple different anglers.
That's more like it.
We're going to forever call that lure the Pinky Tuscadero here from Laverne and Shirley. It's officially been coined trademark Ricky Bobby.
Not quite a bubblegum color, but certainly in that spectrum.
Shoot, bigger than I thought, huh? I'll use it.
There it is.
I'm gonna weigh him. As a keeper. Definitely not as big as I thought he was.
Now that was a very quick turnaround in his day right there. You don't see a lot of that out here. Everyone talks about isolated cover. Trey McKinney reminded us it's about isolated fish here, too. You're not going to likely land on a pile of them. Trey McKinney, though, on top as we start. Those are actually the figures from the weigh-in yesterday. That is our baseline for today. A pound ahead of Corey Johnston. Easton Fothergill in 3rd place. And there's Jay Secured and Chris Aldane already on the board today. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Beautiful shots of our host city here, Fort Worth, Texas. Love being here. Had a great time here in 2021. That was difficult times to do any sporting events there.
It was.
Everything was put together and done the right way, and we had a great classic here in 2021. And so far, it has been great here. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us a high today, much warmer, 82 degrees. It's going to pop over the 80-degree mark. 60 for the low, 20 miles an hour, though. We expect those winds to get up to that point at some point during the day.
Exactly right. Looking at that TH Marine Weather Watch. The nice thing, though, it's going to gust to 40, but that's not going to be till after the weigh-in. Thank goodness.
Thankfully, absolutely.
Yeah, that run-in is going to be special at 40, but they have great conditions. And here we go to Trey McKinney.
Right now, trying to see if I can find one of these big ones. Oh, come on. I saw one. Right now I'm just kind of fishing this little rock pile that I had. I know it's got a few. I just lost like a 4.5, 5 pounder, but it's all right. Kind of just come up and pushed it and got a hook, but didn't really, wasn't nothing aggressive, we'll put it that way. He just never really, he didn't get it good at all. Now I'm trying to get these fish to show themselves first. Gotta see them before I can just catch them.
Well, one of the anglers obviously relying on his forward-facing sonar. Said he did a lot of trolling during practice and not a lot of fishing, just looking around.
That's what he does.
It's what he does.
And does it well, obviously.
Yes.
Lee Livesay.
There's a big one. Bam. Bam. Yes. Good start, baby. On old Pinky, the 6-cent flush. That one just came up an 8er. Who put a monster energy can in my live well?
Oh, come on, cameraman Jake. I know who that was.
No, nothing. That's crazy.
Good one. Good start.
That fish is going to be a lot of fun on the scale tonight.
Having a time. And Tommy, I was going to apologize for my voice this morning. I went to a rave last night in downtown Fort Worth, but
you weren't going to.
I sound a lot like Lee Livesay this morning.
It's very strong. It sounds good, actually.
Marb Lights, they do that.
Lee's got a great sort of golf announce whisper that he uses to great effect.
Livesay predominantly concentrating 1 to 3 feet of water, a lot of isolated milfoil in this area.
He's even slowed down his retrieve after that fish. You see that? Now he's calmer, and it's even a slower cadence. Retrieve.
Again, 23 pounds for Lee Livesay yesterday, starting the day in 5th place.
Trying to get Corey to go to the next pocket, not get in front of me.
You want to talk about it? I was in on the
I'll talk about it. Just give me a minute. And I'll show it and everything. With him that close, I want to keep fishing. I want to slow down right here, but he's kind of making me move. Like I'm wanting to scope this drain in front of me first and then slow down in the grass.
You know, from day to day, the planning and the techniques and everything you're doing it changes, ever changing. And then the plan that he has today to go to this spot, to go to the drain, to go to the grass, to go to the rocks, to go here, to go there, to 1 foot to 3 foot. But old Pinky, that's the standard. We got Pinky as a standard. That's one thing constant.
That's interesting, seeing that pink soft plastic jerkbait too. That must be a sneaky deal on this lake, because you don't see that on a lot of lakes throughout Texas.
Yeah, you'll see your crankbaits and you'll see your jerkbaits. You'll have a little pink mix in, but this is a full-on pink explosion. This is Pink Floyd to the max.
Drew Cook just landed a 5-pounder. He's up to about 5th place. That's our Mercury Big Bass so far today.
Getting a look at Corey Johnston over the shoulder of Lee Livesay right there. That's one of the things that Livesay said happened in practice. A lot of these areas were protected with the north wind, and it pushed a lot of anglers in that east branch, that east arm of Ray Roberts, and exposed a lot of the key areas that Livesay was going to concentrate on.
Corey saw him catch that fish there, and that's the fish which he overtook him temporarily, or now into second place.
Again, if you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, water temps 53 to about 57, 58 degrees. A lot of anglers after the weigh-in yesterday really thinking fish would lock on beds, possibly by the end of the day today, but certainly tomorrow if we get another warm night.
What do you think about that shallow water warming up? Do you think there's a few degrees, or what do you think as the day progresses to 80?
I think the last 2 nights shocked them. I mean, dude, it was cold yesterday. You know, you heard a lot of anglers that were seeing 59-degree water on Wednesday got out here yesterday, and it dropped all the way down to, 53, 54, 55 degrees. And John Cox, one of the anglers that notoriously, he's in a foot of water every single tournament we have, no matter where it's at. And he said, really, really tightened them up early yesterday.
Well, the man on top is Trey McKinney, as you see right there, 26 pounds and 9 ounces. Trey McKinney in his first Bassmaster Classic. He has made some big splashes in this sport, but it was important to see what he thought after his first weigh-in.
Looking for 25 pounds at 10 ounces. 26 pounds, 9 ounces, 26.9.
Now that we're sitting here in this chair and I think about what we just walked off stage from, and the shot we do, we have just as good a shot as anybody. We're leading it. So it's like, don't mess it up. But it's kind of what goes through my mind. But I think we just have fun, go fishing, calm, collective. And that's just, the hunger's there for me. I love it. I eat, sleep, and breathe it. Literally, other than fishing, I don't have anything going for me because I haven't put anything else in any other piece of pie. I just fish. So it's there. Like, that's all I do. I live, eat, breathe. Like this morning, I was on dry land, I was nervous. I got on water, I wasn't as nervous. Like, it's just, I love fishing.
Well, he was on top of the bass fishing world after his second elite event last year at 19, barely 19 years old. Now he's all of 20. And man, oh man, the ceiling for this guy is unlimited. Absolutely. Trey McKinney and all the rest. Trey's still in the lead right now, but only by 9 ounces over Lee Livesay. But we got so much more to unwind here on day 2.
What's going on, guys? The sun is shining. It's getting warm here in Fort Worth, and the fans are getting out here for the Bassmaster Classic. We're in the Progressive Outdoor Tailgate powered by Lippert. A lot of things to do. If the fans want to go pop over across the street, you can walk through the whole convention center with all the booths. But if you're out here enjoying the sunshine and watching some Bassmaster live, up close and personal, you can also check out the Progressive Outdoor Tailgate. You got skee ball in the Progressive booth. I don't know if last year, because I went down the giant inflatable slide in the Bass Pro Shops booth, if the reason they have switched it up to a Big Bass bounce house, but that's there for the kids as well. There's a lot of things to do out here. DJ in the back, as you can probably hear a little bit. There's also a pond that young kids or adults can probably catch a fish and enjoy their moment here at the Bassmaster Classic. So a lot going on in the convention center. There'll be a lot going on at Dickey's Arena, and I know the Progressive Outdoor Tailgate powered by Lippert is a place to be the rest of the weekend, especially with the forecast. So it's fun. I'm going to go get some food as well. We'll see you in a minute.
Ronnie Moore,
yes.
Thank you very, very much.
He's a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, he is.
Really
he does it all. He gets it all done. Ronnie Moore, Mike Suchukon, big part of our coverage with us here all morning. Everybody, part of the effort. And we'll start fighting that DJ a little bit later on,
yes,
volume-wise. But we're up to the task. We can fade it. We can do it. It's fun.
When he kicked off Bone Thugs yesterday, I saw Peter Miller hit about a 9
another
out of 10.
Another level.
Another
Bone
level.
Thugs at Harmony that gets me every single time.
It does.
Takes you next
it really
level.
does.
Yeah.
It's the first of the month.
2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. This is the World Championship of Fishing. So glad you're here with us. We got about 7 hours, a little less than 7 hours of live coverage on the water. at Lake Ray Roberts coming your way today with our Lowrance bird's eye view. We're taking a look at Drew Benton and where he is situated right now. Drew Benton, one of these anglers that says, yes, they're coming. They're coming.
Oh, they ain't awake yet or something. Weird.
Really, really rough practice for Drew Benton. If you notice, he said the angles of the bank, if you look at that bank right there, little bit steeper, isolated rock, predominantly cranking yesterday. Said the water temp definitely going up. Would one of the best sight fishermen on the Elite Series keep his eye on the bank, he said, by the end of today.
Said he studied an old Google Earth photo from 2014 when the water was way down and marked every spot he wanted to fish.
This is amazing. So a lot of our anglers utilize Google Earth, and he said when the water was way down almost a decade ago, he marked every single area that had an isolated rock, okay? He said about 100 of those little secondary points that he checked, and he said, here's the best thing. And it paid off. 3 out of the 100 areas he marked, he caught fish on yesterday.
That's amazing.
You know, and that's forward thinking right there in a world where there's forward facing sonar. So we've got a lot of forwardness. We've got that movement. And as a kid, I remember when our reservoirs would drop down, we'd catch brim, we'd catch, you know, a little bass and catfish and carp like that. When the water level went low, we did the same thing. We didn't mark it, we just knew it.
Let's make a move right now. I think we're going to try to go out and pick up Robbie Floyd. He gave us some good reports to start the day, and there's Robbie right now. Looks like you're with Chris Zaldain, who's on the board already, right, Robbie?
Absolutely. I went out with Trey McKinney, again leading after day number 1, so I followed it up with Chris Zaldain, and he already has a fish where I could get over here, and he said this is a good spot for him, and he caught an 8-pounder here the last time we were at the Classic, but it was on a spoon off the end of that dock. Now it looks like he's throwing a crankbait. He did catch his first fish on a swim bait. I saw him with a little follow-up just a second ago with a little jig, but this is an area normally when you come to bass fishing tournaments, Takeoff and Launch, it's usually off limits. T. Willie's just to the right. I'm over here to the right. He's still, you know what he's throwing. You know he's flipping a jig. He's already lost a couple in this riprap. But, I mean, this is an area that oftentimes is off limits, but it's not here at this Bassmaster Classic. So this is a heavy fish area. He's going to spend a little time. He said he's going to be moving around, hitting his spots. And I'm going to stick with Chris Zaldain this morning. But, again, swim bait right off the bat, cutting into that 8-pound lead with a 4.5-pounder. I have a feeling that's actually a 5.
Robbie, you always join us for our top 10 interviews. The interrogation room is what we call it. We noticed we didn't have you. You got beat up yesterday, didn't you, Robbie?
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. My kidneys, my liver get stabbed by my rib cage. Yesterday, I can't explain, Mark, and I know it sounded almost like a diss when I talked to Davey Height yesterday. I said, Davey, I know you've been around, you've seen it, you've done it, but you've never went through what I went through yesterday on that front deck of the boat. It was so rough. If you're in a seat, it's one thing, but when you're on that deck with no seat and you're flying and there's no way to strap it down, it literally stabs your guts. You just deal with it. It's part of being in the Bassmaster organization.
Robbie.
You got seats, it's comfy, but when you're up here in the front, yeah, when you're in the front, there is no option. And I'm the only one that has no option, but I love what I'm doing, and I'm glad to be here for my 20-something Classic.
Hey, Robbie, you forgot your spleen. You forgot to mention your spleen on that one. So I'm thinking there might be some spleen damage. But what I'm curious about is that how you took off with Trey McKinney at the Takeoff doing the interview, and then you put your jet packs off, and you land on the rocks, and now you're viewing and talking about all these other boats. How do you move so quickly and spryly like that with all those injuries?
Peter, this is your first classic rodeo, but it's not mine. We just fly all over the place. Miami Dan, my cameraman, Jeff, my boat, he's the best captain that's out here. We just try and find out what the story is. So whenever I'm at a classic and I'm with that top 10 maybe on that first day for a bit or finding those stories outside the top 10 is what I want to see. Where can those guys jump up? I've done it before with Jordan Lee. He's won a classic. Chris Zaldain. I'm like, who's a guy outside that top 10 that can make a massive move? There's several, but he's the one that I think a lot of people will really be looking forward to today.
Robbie, real quick, a lot better conditions today. Spectator boats, a Saturday on Ray Roberts.
I actually saw some locals fishing. I have seen quite a few more spectator boats. I mean, when I say a few more, 500% more, because there weren't many spectator boats out there yesterday. It is as calm as you could ask for today. So all of those offshore areas that, we've always heard about, I want to hit that, but it ain't windy. It is perfect out here right now, Mark. I could take off every bit of clothing, be in a T-shirt, and I'd be perfectly happy. Chris is packing up. I think he's working around to the other side here in just a bit. But if you want warmer, calmer conditions, you got it. Take advantage of it while you can. We know it's going to get even hotter as the day progresses and windier later on in the day as well.
He called me Mark.
He called you Mark.
That's so
Robbie
weird.
Don't think we don't appreciate you taking the team on your back, Ronnie, and getting things done out there today. We look forward to much, much more of that. Let's get back over to Corey Johnston, starting the day in second place. Barely a pound back of leader Trey McKinney, but things are changing out there.
Jordan Lee only had 3 fish yesterday. He started today with a 5-pounder.
Oh.
Gotcha. There we go, baby. Good way to start the morning right there.
Get a look at that milfoil right there in that fish's mouth.
That's a lead
salad.
Lead change number 1.
You look at his graph right there in about 1 foot of water. We made the comment yesterday, it's like every bass in Ray Roberts is born at 4 pounds.
Every angler, every time they hook up, they're like, it's a big one. I mean, that's very, very amazing to hear that on every hookup, pretty much.
You look at his graph right there. That tells how so many bass were caught yesterday. 1 foot to 2.5 feet of water. So key where that milfoil is at. Little ditches, little drains. Pretty much Texas 101.
Back behind Corey in second place, a pound, 3 ounces back, Lee Livesay.
Little bitty guy. You know, that's a keeper. It is a keeper.
Tommy, I think I'm like everybody at home. I want to see a good old-fashioned rough talking. I want to see heavy line. I hate to say this, man. I like the jerkbait and I like the Nico rigs and all blah, blah. Actually, I don't. Give me some rope. This is Texas. Let's go.
We got a couple of guys on top I think are going to fill the bill for you.
Let's go.
Looking like it so far.
Energy up, guys.
Corey Johnston, 28 pounds and 9 ounces. He's on top of our leaderboard with Lee Livesay now, Texas favorite, right behind. Trey McKinney, our leader, has not got anything going yet, but look out when he does. Easton Fothergill, we still haven't checked in with him yet.
Give it to me.
Had a tremendous day. Easton Fothergill.
Thank you.
Yes, very elegant name. Jay Shakurit, Drew Cook, Chris Zaldain, Carl Jochimson moving up into the top 10. John Cox and Kyoya Fujita. We're going to take a break and be right back. Welcome back. Our live coverage. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour 2025. On this, the first day of spring, a day we wait for. A live coverage provided by Power Pole. And It's the first day of spring. That's just background noise. We wait for this day in the bass world because it's the second day of the Bassmaster Classic. Very, very important day. A lot of action going on right there at that spot. Lake Ray Roberts, about an hour north of our host city of Fort Worth. 56 anglers trying to make the top 25 spots so they can go for the championship tomorrow. The big final tomorrow. And we crown our new champion for 2025. Here's a young man that rose very, very quickly from the college ranks, going all the way to qualify as a college angler for the Classic last year and did very well there, Easton Fothergill.
Bringing something in today, at least.
Number one, getting it started.
Most of his work yesterday.
Fish. There's a little pond dam right here.
Strike
He was
King.
sitting on one second spot I've caught all week.
Strike King finesse worm color red bug. That was very common yesterday with some of your leaders that were finesse fishing.
He said he had 8 bites yesterday, caught 6 fish. That's the kind of pace we're looking at for a lot of these anglers today. Let's get back to our leader now, Corey Johnston.
I'm going to give a shout out. You picked Corey Johnston to win this tournament.
I did.
Well done, friendo.
Thank you. We ain't done yet.
No, we ain't done.
Giant, but I'll take them. That one.
Corey Johnston angler changing his rotation yesterday, starting out with a shaky head, isolated rock. Definitely has switched gears today. Bladed jig, shallow grass. Uh-oh. Look how he's just crawling that bladed jig. Dig it.
2.5 feet of water.
Yeah. It's one thing that John Cox said yesterday. Just creeping it.
You got to creep.
Corey Johnston at the weigh-in yesterday, wrapped up his season last year fighting violent waves out in Lake Ontario to the point he was physically ill, won the tournament. Yesterday offered no true problem for him.
Vomiting and winning the tournament.
Brushes it off. Yeah, vomiting and winning the tournament.
Yes,
that's
animal.
the way to go.
Dude
he is an animal.
That's stick-to-itness. That's tough. Actually get a cast in today without having to play the wind like a boomerang.
You know,
man, had a good start so far. Can't complain that way. Two okay ones in the box. They need to get bigger for sure, but I will definitely take it. Kind of mixing it up this morning. Started a little deeper. Didn't get anything going, but that's all right. Moved in shallow, caught 2 pretty quick. Just trying a bunch of things and seeing where these fish are setting up. Seems like the shallow bite's getting better for me.
It's interesting talking to Corey yesterday. He works very closely with his brother.
Sounds like Lee Livesay.
Is that Bird Life or is that Lee?
Creep.
Or Thug Life?
works very closely with his brother, and his brother not catching a limit yesterday.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, I'm going to give him some of the business. And not only that, I've got all of his spots now because he's not in contention.
Well, let's take it across the way now to Livesay. Very, very interesting. Watched him closely yesterday. That lure he is fishing with, so unique, so different than what we're used to seeing out here, especially color-wise.
Everybody's talking about the pink chatter. That's what we're throwing on the back. That's the key. It's a 6-cent flush, 5.2. It's got a little fork tail, just straight. Bubble gum, man. It's pretty unique to throw on the back, apparently. And the pink chatter was the hit of the town yesterday. That's it, 3/8 or a ½ ounce, depending on where I'm throwing it. Putting that flush on there straight. That's it right there. With that flush is straight tail instead of like a boot tail or a little swim bait. I mean, that thing really hunts with that straight tail. It's all over in the water, so I rip it out of that milfoil, and that bait will dart with that flush on the back. A little bit bigger profile, bigger fish.
It's earlier with Lee. I wanted to show you this.
Little bitty guy.
Yeah, that bitty guy was a really big deal, and it can be a big deal in these tournaments because it's a game of ounces, as we always discuss.
Absolutely. Man, oh man, is it ever. Back now live.
Along with Zaldane and Jacobson, Brandon Lester has jumped into the top 10.
2025 Bassmaster Classic. We got 2 fish, one barely 14-incher and one 3 and change. Had one follow jerkbait. That's it so far. Water temp 56.4. That's pretty good to start. We just need to throw this flush in the eyes of the right one. Fishing some shallow milfoil, little flats and drains. They're kind of everywhere. And there's a couple little sweet spots, but you can literally catch them anywhere in here. We're just going to be beating around in here in the next pocket up all day. Corey just went up there, sounded like he caught a big one, so we'll give him some time in there. But we're going to spend our time in here. There should be a few more fish funneling in, and just got to get them right. You can catch them. There's some big ones in here. There are some big ones in here. I can catch one off the camera boat.
Yeah, Lee knows what lives here.
He does.
He's met several of them
Yes.
personally.
Yes.
So we can count on that. Let's get out to Drew Benton. Drew starting this day in 9th place, 21.5 pounds.
Stay on there, baby. Stay on there, baby. She got it good. Yes, sir. That's when you're throwing the right bait. Oh, yes, sir.
That's a chokerama.
That's how you want them to get it. Or you gotta get the pliers out.
Amazing. He catches a fish on a crankbait, and I
great big one, but it's a star.
just saw Rick Clunn walk behind the stage.
About that.
Eerie coincidence right there.
The forces are starting to
Yes.
gather here.
Good one for Drew Benton. Yes. And just to let you know, Rick did not say hi. He just gave a nod.
That's
It
all
was
he
a
needs
nod
to do.
of acceptance, I think.
Yeah, it's wordless communication.
It's like the high sign from the Little Rascals, you know?
Is that right? Corey Johnston now hanging on top, starting in 2nd place to start our day. He and Lee Livesay. And now Easton Fothergill moving ahead of our leader to start. Trey McKinney Things will change very rapidly up and down that leaderboard, but our top 10 looks very much like what we started with a couple of exceptions. Be right back.
Confidence is king. It's not cocky, it's confidence. It's confidence and trusting your fishing instincts, and that's where I'm at right now on my fishing career. I just trust myself. There's a big one. You know, I felt it the last couple classics. I really have. I thought I had a chance to win Lake Hartwell, and last year at Grand Lake, I really thought I had a chance, and it makes you want it way worse when you leave there without that trophy. So I'm definitely tasting a little bit of blood. You know, a lot of things have to go right. There's a ton of variables with myself and all the other conditions, but I'm definitely feeling it, and I definitely taste a little bit of blood.
Well, he's from nearby Longview, Texas, Livesay.
That's
Lee
scary.
Livesay
That's
on
scary.
Confidence.
Yeah,
Yes, it should be scary. Yeah. It's 55 anglers who are competing against him for the World Championship here. Lee Livesay, who owns 3 victories in his 6 years on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. 2 of them on his home lake, 1 in the dense vegetation of Chickamauga in Tennessee.
Only thing looking at that leaderboard that kind of stands out, Trey McKinney at this time yesterday had about 20 pounds.
Yeah, that's true. That's a different lay of the land early on today, and a little quicker start, I think, for both Corey Johnston and Lee Livesay.
There he is. Big. Big. Damn. Damn, big girl. Yes. That's a good one, baby. Day 2, baby. On old Pinky, that's a good one. That's a Lake Ray Roberts tub. Not very long, but fat. Let's go, baby. Number 3, that's the right size. 4 more of those.
That's thick with a K.
That is a pre-spawn special right there out of Ray Roberts.
Only, baby.
One more look at this one. Draws a pretty good crowd reaction out there. I think they got some bleachers set up out there.
Actually,
yeah,
behind us here at the tailgate party.
Yeah.
Going to put him in the lead.
Yeah.
Wow.
Practice was to your right, over your right-hand shoulder. I can't get bit out there now. I don't know if they're just everywhere or if they're just not many of them and you're just catching the ones that live in there. Oh, blade stopped thumping for 1 second. It just had a little piece of grass on it. I thought one ate it at me.
I mean, the feel on those
When that blade
rods.
stops thumping, so does your heart.
And that line and that
Just a
one little
split
tap.
second.
And it's coming at you. You got to be prepared all times. Battle stations.
Come on, don't get hung up. There we go. That giant lay down right there. I've thrown at that thing 30 times. Yeah, we got it going on. Check out over to the right. We got the Texas entourage out there, man. It's special. I'm super blessed to have the friends and family that I do. You know, I have no idea who's out here watching me, but man, they're out here on their day off watching me fish for bass, which is crazy, but super blessed. I love my fan base, love my friends, love my sponsors. You know, if I got, you know, there are a lot of people that want to fish professionally or have thoughts of being a professional fisherman. You know, one of the best things that I can tell you is to have a relationship with your sponsors, potential sponsors, you know, whatever it is, you know, all of my sponsors, and I mean this top to bottom, every single one of them, I have a personal relationship with them, and we're all friends. Business is business, don't get me wrong, but every single one of my sponsors can call me 24/7 if they need something, and I can do the same if I need something with them. Huge shout out to my sponsors, man. Thank you so much. Now let's get your 12-pounder.
All right, Lee Livesay.
Breaking it down.
Taking care of business on this day. This very important big visibility day. And, I look to my left and I see someone else who's visible.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. I didn't want to take too much time because Livesay did just take the lead with that last keeper he has. But I'm here at the Yokohama Tires Screen of Knowledge, and day one wrapping up, kind of an evaluation period on how the anglers did, big bass wise, number of fish wise, and so some stats from day one. 20-pound bags, we had 11 of them. So 10 guys on camera today. Everyone caught over 20 pounds. But number 11 was Wes Logan, only 4 fish, 20 pounds, 9 ounces. So he just got left off of our camera coverage, and that one keeper, if it's a 6-7 pounder, that's the lead for him in this classic. Almost half of our field had a limit yesterday, 27 limits. Not all of those were in the top 10 or top 25 of our tournament, obviously. A couple guys had smaller limits in that 12-13 pound range. Big Bass wasn't a 10 pounder. That could be on the horizon though. An 8-12 from John Garrett. He's 21st place with an 8-12 because he had 3 bass yesterday for 16 plus pounds. He is one that's thankful for the 8, but really a bummer that he didn't get keepers 4 and 5. We will keep an eye on those anglers who struggled yesterday to get a limit, if today with calmer conditions that they can maybe make a rise up that leaderboard with the kickers they caught yesterday.
Number of 20-pound fish runnings. We say hello to you from here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. The number of 20-pounders probably twice what we had last year. I mean, the last time we were here on Lake Ray Roberts.
Yeah, obviously, it was 100-degree temperatures. It was quite different conditions-wise. We expected big ones and not a lot of bass. So I think those numbers pretty much line up with what we thought. Half the limits we saw come in were basically 20-pound bags, and only half the field could get a limit in the tournament.
I think one of the things that was interesting in the Facebook Live that you guys did this morning, Such making the comment, well, the average bass that was weighed in yesterday was 310. 310.
10 ounces.
310, yeah.
It's amazing.
That's a good one.
It's crazy.
All right, let's get back out on the water. It continues to warm up through the day. It will warm considerably more than it did yesterday, and many anglers said that is going to cause some big fish to be available.
Listen, let's get on the water with Koya Fujita. And Koya and I got off to a rocky start. The start of his career. We did. I always want to know his baits, and in the interrogation room yesterday, Tommy, go ahead and say what he said to me.
Well, he said, no, I'm not going to tell you. He said secret bait. He said 2 words, secret bait. You said, what if I have you on my show?
Yes.
Still won't tell you. Okay, Koya with it.
Did Trey McKinney give you any hints at all, though?
Yes, a suspending jerk bait. That's it. Was not going to give the name brand.
Two pipe. 2 pipe.
Koya did dial us in 6 to 10 feet of water. Rock. You see, take a look at the bank right there. He made the comment, this lake looks like Lake Fork, just not many fish.
Not many fish.
Hey, I wanted to mention this, kind of on a stats aspect of it. Yesterday was the 163rd day of the Bassmaster Classic. You know, we've had 54 full classics of 3 days. Day one of the 55th edition. 163 days of classic competition, and Trey McKinney was our 80th different leader that we have had. So we almost have, you know, half the days have been represented by someone different in our classics over the history.
Lot slower day for Trey McKinney right now.
Big ones, honestly. I've lost 2. Or no, I haven't really lost. I mean, they just really pulled off instantly. Like, nothing I could do, honestly. So I'm not too mad about it, but man, it would have been good to have those. Because they were freaking big ones. I know the one for a fact he was huge, honestly. But we're good. We're good. It's not over yet. Just started. Just started. I know I'm not talking a whole lot this morning just because I'm a little bit focused right here. But yeah, I'm trying to find them on these trees. But man, I don't know if they're just smart, slick, calm. But let me tell you, these buggers are smart. Look, the 2 giants I've had bite just come up and like touch it with their tongue. They accidentally hook themselves. They had no intent on eating it. But I had a shot, so I figured I'd give it my best. Come on, come look at it. Dude, don't be like that. No reason to be like that.
Taking a look at the trees that he's concentrating on, he said 2 keys. Grandfather trees, the oldest trees in a lot of these pockets. And anything that was leaning that would almost make an X. He said when he would scope those trees, those were by far the biggest key trees.
What a perfect ambush spot to be just protected by that area, like going into a little bit of a cave.
Absolutely. Said a lot of the bass that he's catching, the biggest ones, mixed in with a lot of trash fish, drum, carp.
Yeah, his big fish place, he said, is just completely populated by off-species.
Yeah, one other thing he said on his forward-facing sonar, he said a lot of fish yesterday would track his bait, his jerk bait, and actually pass it and turn around and eat it. He said almost all of the big ones did that.
You find that would be a better hookup percentage on the go-away bite?
He said he did not see it during practice.
Got a big one from Carl Jacobson, a 6-pounder. He's up to 3rd place as second fish. He's got 9.5 pounds.
Wow.
Dude, there's so many big ones right here.
Well, our day 1 leader got his first taste of the Bassmaster Classic weigh-in, which is always a huge, loud, noisy, active spectacle. And he was in the perfect position to enjoy it, bringing in the #1 limit of the day among our 56 anglers.
Wow. Jumping off the boat while it's still moving. That's a spry young man.
He was ready to weigh him in.
There is no feeling like that. Heady stuff for a 20-year-old, to be sure. And interesting to see how it plays out today. We're a good ways away from that weigh-in. Many, many hours of fishing here on Lake Ray Roberts. Livesay, the man on top, but just by ounces ahead of Corey Johnston. What a great fight that is at the top. Carl Jacobson having joined the fray here. Carl Jacobson, who got a lot of his fishing education here on Ray Roberts. Stayed in a friend's shop for several years and fished it very frequently, so he's got a leg hold here. Easton Fothergill and all the rest. We'll be right back. Welcome back to this classic coverage here. Hey, the music's loud here as we talk about an initiative by B.A.S.S. It's called Bassmaster. That's sort of creating a space for women who are interested in the sport of bass fishing, interested in getting deeper into the sport of bass fishing, learning about all the aspects of the sport, participating, the business of bass fishing. A great way to get a leg hold in this industry here. And it's implemented by a series of workshops. There's one going on here this week, March 23rd. That is tomorrow here in Fort Worth, Texas. Women can sign up and join. You can hit the QR code there and learn more about Bassmaster, and maybe you want to step in, learn a lot more, become part of the program. We appreciate every one of you being with us today for our live coverage of the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic 2025, the 55th edition of this World Championship of Bass Fishing. That is our fantastic host city of Fort Worth right here for the 4th time. This great event has been in the state of Texas. Lee Livesay, a Texan, on top by ounces ahead of Corey Johnston. Carl Jochimson of Australia originally has moved into third place right now, and Easton Fothergill fishing his second classic. Another good showing here. So great, to, as we say, to have you with us. We've got so much fishing on the way, so many changes on that leaderboard, and we look forward to bringing it all to you from right here at our vantage point, the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Davey Height back with us now, and our special guest. Let's go to Mount Rushmore. It's Rick Clunn. Rick, a Texan yourself originally. That's what I think of you, and I think of Texas bass fishing. And I'd like to just sit you down someday and talk about the history of bass fishing in Texas.
Of course, being very biased, we always thought we were the best. The Hemp Hill game, Tommy Martin, all those guys coming out, Larry Nixon and out of Toledo Bend. And I grew up on these lakes. My bass clubs were mostly in these lakes. Not this lake because it wasn't here. So, no, it brings back a lot of great memories.
What do you think when you read about the stories of this lake here, like Ray Roberts and Lake Fork, really built to build big bass? What's your stance on that?
My stance on it was originally I did not enjoy watching conservation groups throughout the country departments get into this Frankenstein mentality, which is creating their own monster. But boy, Texas, they did an incredible job, and they still do, and they kind of won me over. Like I said, a little bit of Frankenstein monsters on the lakes are not bad.
Well, your record is phenomenal. For you hold the record for 4 classic wins here, and you're one of only two anglers to catch a double-digit bass in the Bassmaster Classic. Both of those came from a tournament in 2006 in Florida. Are we going to see that one? Are you going to see someone else join that group today?
Honestly, I thought we would have already, and probably the only thing holding that back has been the wind. And because I think they'll break, I believe he's had the all-time classic winner because of the time frame. Yours was a summer catch.
Yes.
Kevin's was a March catch.
Yeah.
And March is a different creature, and this is a different creature. I thought it would. I think even my 75 pounds in June and July in 1984, I think it'll be beat here if the wind doesn't take them off from it.
Yeah, so Rick, I can't help but ask you've seen these lakes evolve. You've seen this lake when it was built. The changes you see in the classics then versus now, there's obviously a lot of them, but what just really jumps out at you having fished and won those classics back in the 70s, and now here it is 2025?
Y'all have a start in this show where they're talking about, all they're saying is, I'm focused to win. They're just not glad to be here. Teams that make the first Super Bowl in football, all too often they get killed because they're just glad they got there. They don't play the game. Most of these anglers are playing the game. They're playing the game to win.
Do you think the high school and college series have made these guys natural-born killers, so to speak?
Absolutely.
Or what has caused that? Like back in the day, it seemed like, you're right, half the field was glad to be at a classic. Yeah. They had their wives there. There's a lot going on at these classics, but back then they had something every single night. It was some type of festivity.
Oh, yeah. No, Ray would have you in a hula dress up there dancing in front of the crowd, But really what you're seeing, I think, from the high schools and the colleges are – me and Gary Klein used to always discuss how we could become better. And I'm talking about this was in the 80s, okay? And we would talk about back then, all the winners and kind of still days were specialists. David Fritz was a cranker. Tommy Biffle and Denny Breyer and Gary Klein were flippers, and I was a cranker, and Paul Lice was a cranker. We were specialists. We said that's not going to last forever. We got to learn more. So we analyzed all the techniques, and I finally came up with and this is in the 80s. I said the best fishermen aren't here yet. I think they've showed up.
Wow.
So, and it's due to the high school and kids. They've done their homework. Their information is incredible. They can go back on social media and get it. It's amazing.
You've accomplished so much, but held every trophy there is multiple times. Is it gratifying to see that you helped create? You mentioned the Frankensteins of these reservoirs and the people, the Texas Parks and Wildlife, and those people trying to create the biggest bass ever. But does it make you feel good inside that you've kind of created some of these monsters like a Trey McKinney, a 20-year-old angler that has no idea what he has a chance to do, no idea how good he is to be so young.
Absolutely. That's the most rewarding thing for me, surprisingly. And I didn't ever see it coming because we didn't have little leagues to bring people into like other sports did. And I said, how are we ever going to get kids into fishing because we don't have that vehicle? And now to see it take place at an amazingly fast rate, that's the most rewarding thing for me because society needs humans to stay connected to the outdoors, and there's no better thing than fishing in the outdoors deal. And this gets them connected.
Well, let's get out on the water back again with John Cox. It'll be our first look at John Cox for today. Did a great job yesterday to qualify for this top 10. We're in the boat with the top 10 again for the duration of the fishing.
I keep spooking.
Might be looking at our first bedding bass of the event right here.
Yep. No, that's what it looks like. Ain't nobody better, I think.
Got her that time. Come here, baby. Come here. There we go. Oh, got him on the jerk shad. There we go. It's a nice one to start off with. Got him in the mouth there. There we go. Put a float on him. Well, it's slow. We just gotta keep grinding on him. And then hopefully it'll get better later in the day.
It's really amazing. Yesterday morning this time, we weren't talking about a lot. The good chances of seeing some of this happening. The water temperature had dropped so much overnight, but it stayed warm last night. And the sunshine yesterday afternoon. Here we go.
Yeah, so many of our anglers we talked to after the weigh-in yesterday said, well, it's going to happen. It's coming. Just be patient.
And this is the pre-scoping technique controversy. Pre-scoping, it was when we first started bed fishing. Oh, man, you saw the same kind of, hysteria about it. And, finally we've gotten over it.
Yeah. Got a new big bass from our Bass Nation angler from Indiana, Jeremy Knapp, a 7-pounder. He moved from 19th to 9th place right now.
Wow.
You can see his head on a swivel. John Cox, it's a beautiful day. Almost no wind this morning for these anglers, and he just caught his first sight fishing. I don't think that'll be the last one we see John Cox catch here.
He told us last night, said, I got my favorite setup, a big pond with a bridge. Yeah. So that's
always
what I
a
like.
bridge.
Always a bridge. Oh, it's so fun to watch them work their way through this very important day number 2. You got to be in the top 25 at the end of it all. And Texan Lee Livesay on top right now, and Easton Fothergill, another young phenomenon, making his way almost to the top there. And Rick Clunn, can you stick around with us? There's so much of the big book of the Classic. So many chapters of it are about you. I want to talk about that some more and a whole lot more. So great to have Rick. If you can stay, that would be great. Can you do it? We look forward to it. We'll be right back with Rick Clunn and plenty more fishing on the way here. We haven't even reached the halfway point in our morning's fishing yet. So who knows what's going to unwind over the next few hours. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. Here at Lake Ray Roberts in Texas this time around. It's 55th edition of the World Championship. Let's take you out on the lake really quick. And I think we're going to have a little bit of bonus coverage here. Chris Zaldane did not start the day in the top 10, but we have some boat-to-boat action here. Chris Zaldane, I think he was the first one to get on the board, in fact, this morning. And we were able to get this from him. So a good start for the day from one of our Texas hopefuls there, Chris Zaldain, originally from California, makes his home right here in Fort Worth. Robbie Floyd saw all the action.
All right, here's where the home lake knowledge really pays off for Chris Zaldain. He was fishing rocky bluffs, swim baits, doing a different style, different technique. He says he's going to go left. He zags to the right, and he comes into what I thought was just a spawning pocket. I mean, it looks shallow. You know, there may be some rock out there, something to really latch on to. I said, what is it, a spawning flat? He goes, no, there's stumps out here. And my boat driver, Jeff, said, I fish this lake all the time. I didn't know there were stumps out here, and most people wouldn't know there would be. But what he did was he made a few casts out there, bumped that jig a little bit, and this particular time he got hung up for a moment. And he was really adamant on getting that jig in the right spot and getting it off. As soon as he did, 2 or 3 bumps later, bam, a 2.5 pounder. So again, having that local knowledge is really paying off for Chris Zaldain.
All right, thank you so much, Robbie. Bonus coverage there of Chris Zaldain. Good start for him. His plan to stay in the top 25 is pretty much on track. Did what he needed to do yesterday. Kept right in there. Let's go to another Texan. Probably the favorite Texan coming into this, Livesay. Man from Longview has carved quite a record for himself in the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series.
Like everybody just... Yes. I know what I have. I don't think so. Yeah, it is. I don't know. Yeah, it's a fish.
A lot of grass to go along with it.
Wow.
I don't know what just happened, and I had no idea he was that big. On a 6-cent whale. Look at this right here. That's a 6-inch whale. That hook right there, BKK HD heavy duty wide gap hook right there with a 6-inch whale. Awesome little Lake Ray Roberts chub. That is number 4. Let's go, baby!
He's way ahead of yesterday, isn't he?
Oh, yes, well ahead of schedule.
I can't help but think I've heard you say this before. You counting 1001, 1002, 1000.
Oh, I did. My brain was doing it. Come on, Lee, shut up and throw another cast. I couldn't help myself. I mean, that's just my nature, because we were always taught, and you were too, when you fire them up, don't give them a chance to cool off, you know. But their sponsors love them now.
They do. I don't recall you doing those little 10-second commercials during the middle of a classic ever.
No, I didn't. It's a different age, and everybody embraces the camera and the stage now, and I really didn't. I apologize for that.
Now the Classic is such a different animal for them. So many distractions for these guys during this 3 days. Now they have to have a different mindset. Was it that way back in the 70s when you won back-to-back Classics?
No, the only thing that got in our way was the only people that were there was the local high school band. And no, this is a total different creature. I cannot imagine. You know, even I thought I had a strong mentality. I don't know. This is overwhelming, the Classics nowadays. Back then, you could kind of hide from this. See, look, see. Now you let them cool off. Oh.
Livesay extending his lead to almost 5 pounds right now. That's a big move early on day 2. Back now to Easton Fothergill.
Get a good look at what he's doing here. Obviously using his live sonar. Looking in these trees, around these trees for a bass. So it's a big key to his success is finding a little deeper breaks in these drains. Had to be like 3/4 of the way back towards the back of these drains, where a little corner of the deeper water going up to the shallow flats.
qualified for his first classic out of college in the college bracket competition. Fished that last year at Grand Lake, did very, very well, top 16. What did he think after day one of his second classic?
It was a grind, but I knew it was going to be a grind. Haven't gotten many bites all of practice, but every bite I do get is a great big one. So I'm just praying for 5 again tomorrow, and hopefully they'll be around the same size if my pattern holds true. You know, it means the world to me to see all my family and friends in the stands, big cheering section, and you know, it makes me emotional looking up there and seeing all of them. But yeah, to have that feeling of having a good bag and having the day go your way, it's definitely, you know, it's what dreams are made of, and you know, that's why we all do this, is, you know, for days like this. So definitely a great start, but a long ways to go.
Really impressive young man.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Talked to him a little bit last night, and he talked about, hey, I had a slow start in the leads. I was starstruck. He said that. And what a better way to get over it here? It's to have a great day, the first day of the Bassmaster Classic.
Well, Rick, I mean, you've won, 4 classics. How important is it to get off to a great first day start? And can you make a move? And what you've seen here on Ray Roberts, can someone turn the tables and really put themselves kind of from out of nowhere at this point?
Definitely on this type of lake where you can turn it around in 2 fish in 10 seconds. But no, I really tried to just keep my mind on accept what the day is and maximize it. Because you don't, and a lot of tournaments like this will not be won the last day. They will be lost the first day or the second day when they failed. They had a 20-pound bag, but they didn't push it to 21. They didn't push it to 22. So he just said, you know, I'm fishing for the right fish, and that's what I know Lee Livesay does. And so if they get the bites, they're going to be tough.
So I have to apologize before I ask you this, but I just got to ask you, who do you think is going to hold the trophy over their head come Sunday? Looking at what we've seen so far, I know there's a lot more fishing to go, but what does your gut tell you?
It's a fool's game to get into that, but Mercer made me get into it yesterday morning, and he asked me the same question. And I picked Lee, mainly because of his knowledge of these types of lakes. This is a different creature. These Texas lakes that the Parks and Wildlife really have, you know, massaged into these huge bass reservoirs. And that's what Lee fishes for. And plus, you've witnessed it, Lee knows how to get the lead and how to close. That's hard. Yeah. Closing is probably will become the hardest part of this for a young angler. So it's just hard to go against Lee. And yet, like I said, yesterday I was watching, I said, Lee, you're making me look bad on my prediction, because about 11 o'clock he didn't have a fish.
Big turnaround for him. Well, nobody knows more about the Bassmaster Classic than you, Rick Clunn, and we are so grateful to get to spend some time with you here in your home state of Texas here at this great, great event. The great Rick Clunn, everybody. We are so happy to have had that opportunity here, and we're going to take a look now at the leaderboard updated. Lee Livesay, you see, extending that lead to almost 5 pounds ahead of Easton Fothergill, Corey Johnston, Brandon Lester, Carl Jochimson rounding out our top 5. Trey McKinney, Chris Zaldane, Drew Benton, and Jeremy Knepp, Kyoya Fujita in our top 10 right now. That will change and continue to change throughout the morning, throughout the day. We'll be right back.
Guys, we're in the Fort Worth Convention Center, and I have the honor to interview once again. We do this every year, but talk to Dakota Meyer here in the Toyota booth. And Dakota, first off, thank you for serving our country faithfully like you did. Medal of Honor recipient. But man, a lot of guys come back from serving, and they come to the United States, and they don't know what to do with their time. But you have really been poignant with your time, giving back to other veterans and helping them find a way to cope, also succeed after service.
Yeah, you know, look, I have been with Toyota in the Hiring Heroes program for over 15 years. And, you know, I think one of the most incremental and truly important parts of a service member's, you know, place is whenever they transition out of the military, right? You know, because they all want to come back and go ahead and continue that same service back in their communities as teachers, as doctors, as lawyers, as whatever it is. And so, you know, teamed up with Toyota 15 years ago to put this program together with Hiring Our Heroes and help, you know, push that out and get the word out so that these service members were able to do that successfully.
You guys have been doing a great job at that, and it seems like every year there's an added angle to it. There's even more from the last time we talked in 2024 that you guys have really been elevating. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, you know, like I think one of the biggest pieces that is overlooked sometimes is like we're all directed and focused on the uniform, right? But serving our country is a family business, and you know, arguably the families of our service members are sacrificing the same, if not more, than what that person in uniform is. And there's a ton of resources out there for them. But we got to make sure that we're also providing resources for them. So we've got Career Spark out there for, you know, military spouses, for their family members to, you know, to help with that comprehensive transition out of the military back into society. Because, you know, more than ever right now, we need people that believe in, you know, in the idea of good, that believe in the community, and that are natural born leaders who are willing to go out and who are willing to lead this country. And so, you know, it's the stakes are high, but, you know, with programs like Hiring Our Heroes, you know, we're dedicated in Toyota to make sure that we help, you know, not only get help service members get employment, but get them meaningful employment back in their communities they fought so hard to protect.
That's fantastic and outstanding. Not only taking care of the men and women who've served, but the families who've sacrificed just as much. Now, to change the pace a little bit, you've been to a lot of classics. We've got to talk in the arena and here in the expo. You got to get out on the water and kind of get the full facet of what these Bassmaster Elite Series and classic competitors deal with. You were in the Progressive Pro-Am, the Celebrity Pro-Am, and boy, Gerald Swindle didn't hold it easy. I saw the photo of that boat stood up on the waves, and you were just braving them. How was that experience?
Yeah, I thought we might have ended up like the Titanic out there, but no, you know, I had the honor of going out yesterday and with, you know, Gerald Swindle, who is a legend, right, to all of us, you know, an incredible guy, and we went out, you know, fishing. Fish weren't biting too much, but I got to tell you, the wind was up, and I mean, the ride back and the appreciation for what these anglers go through. I got to tell you, you know, it looks like it's like the best job in the world. It looks like it's easy, you know, must be, you know, I hear the comments, must be nice. But I got to tell you, standing out there on the water gives you a whole new appreciation for what those guys are fighting out there in order to be able to, you know, to be part of this.
Well, just like when it's nasty on the water and they say, I gotta go, it's my duty, you have gone through a lot of nasty stuff and served because it's your duty. So thank you so much for your service to our country and to so many men and women after they get done with their service. But guys, we're hanging out here. Everything's bigger in Texas. The wind is bigger. The convention center's fully loaded over here. You can come see guys like Dakota Meyer and some of the Elite Series pros not fishing the Classic in our expo this week.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. And Dakota, good always to visit. He's a tradition here at the Classic. He's a big part of the scene here and brings a great message. Lee Livesay is the story on the water right now for sure. Having an excellent morning, way ahead, as Rick Clunn commented, way ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Of what he was on yesterday. Got the Z train back to the seat
yes,
here.
Sir.
Good to have you back in Z. And man, it's a little bit of a different outcome than what we were expecting at this
Exactly.
point.
We talked about it after the weigh-in yesterday. Boy, Trey McKinney's going to use a freight train that's hard to stop. Davey Heights, slow morning for the Illinois angler.
Surprisingly slow, no doubt about it, especially with these calm conditions, which really would favor someone like Trey McKinney. A lot of fishing left in the day.
Yeah, that's true. That's the thing. A lot of warming up left to do today as well.
I'm going to smash on the swimmer today, as long as that wind ain't blowing.
Dang. Just caught a little bit of Lee saying they're going to smash the swimmer.
Man. Let's go, bye-bye! 6-inch well doing work in the dome. See where that BKK was? BKK heavy duty wide gap. That's 5. 5 bass, right? Let's go, baby. I see you, Texas. That was not the same fish, I don't think. Very well could have been, but I'm saying it was not.
Get a good look at his shallow water anchors are down, very shallow water. Watching him make bait adjustments from that bladed jig earlier to that little paddle tail swim bait. Lee Livesay over to Koya Fujita.
That's 5 for 15.6 for Livesay today.
Yeah, good size.
Yes. Good size. Yeah, 4, 5, maybe 5 pounder. Yes. Whew.
I'm going to say it looked like a Nico rig, but I can't guarantee anything.
No, absolutely not.
You know, as close as we became yesterday, we're so far apart, Davey.
What I liked about it, when you asked him what bait he was using, he literally laughed in your face. This is no joke. We were in a room, the 4 of us.
Yes.
And he laughed in your face.
He did.
Said, no, I'll not tell you.
And I asked him 3 times. Oh.
And he laughed every time.
We even took a selfie together.
He still didn't tell you what baits he's using.
Oh, he gave us jerk bait finesse.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we got.
Yeah, we haven't seen him throw that jerkbait one time today, just FYI. Not one time.
You even went as far to ask him to be on the Zona show, and he still said, oh, I use your baits on your show. I'm not going to tell you what I'm using.
We're so close. We're so far apart. We really are.
Yes.
Boy, it is a different lake out there today.
Stunning
man.
how different.
Let's not complain, but this was not in the forecast.
No, not slick.
Speaking of talking to Okoye yesterday, it really surprised me. I could tell he seemed to be limited on the areas. Did not get to pre-fish here before the cutoff back December because he had boat issues. Very surprising. Normally,
yes,
he scans the whole lake before an elite event, let alone the Bassmaster Classic.
Brian Schmidt, first look at Brian, still looking for his first fish today.
All on a bladed jig yesterday.
Nice.
Concentrating on a little bit deeper milfoil. 3.5 to 4 feet of water. Said it is Potomac 101. Get in an area and absolutely trench in and do not run around. Back to Lee Livesay, getting a really good aerial of just how flat this area is.
Big key to Lee's success and the other anglers like a Brian Schmidt fishing this grass, this vegetation on these bigger flats where you have a good amount of this milfoil. The more slope to those banks, the less area that milfoil has to grow. Needs a certain amount of sunlight, obviously.
Guys, Kyle, Jesse, and I were talking about Brian Schmidt this week. When you hear about milfoil and the bladed jig could possibly be a thing, he came on our radar, and we said he actually might be in a position to win this classic because he doesn't have any of his close buddies that he'll give a spot away to on the final day like he did in Knoxville when he needed one more bass.
One thing you see with Lee this morning, though, that I think is a key to him having the lead he's got, the bladed jig is very good with the wind blowing in that stained water.
Going to kind of open the door for where I can fish. I'm kind of feeling the swim bait. I know some areas to go throw it. I think some guys are going to really catch them today that switch up their tactics and areas. So I still got a ton of water in here to fish, but I'm going to be able to move around today if I get comfortable with 2 or 3 more good ones and really expand our territory and see if we can catch some big ones. We need some Texas-sized bass.
For a big bass lake, this is kind of a grindy lake.
Yeah, this is a very grindy lake. That's what I described it as before we started the tournament, was grindy. It's one of my favorite lakes in the world that I never get to fish unless I'm tournament fishing, which is weird. All right, let's pull up these Raptors and move around. I can't believe I can't catch one right here. I caught a great big one right up there in practice.
As Lee says, it's grindy, but I love it. Now, just exactly what does Lee Livesay mean when he says a lake is grindy? Let's go a little deeper into the subject with Lee himself.
I saw her eat it, big one. This lake is grindy. It's rough, like I've said. For me to do good here, you have to have 3 good days. You need to catch. Somebody could win the Bassmasters Classic here without a limit one day. Somebody could have 4 for 18, 4 for 23. The lake has big ones, but in my head, for me to do good, for myself to be successful this week, I'm gonna have to grind it out, and I need to get 5 big bites a day. I'm gonna be around the right class of fish where I'm gonna fish. I just have to push through it every day, grind it out, and get the 5 right bites every day. You're not gonna get 20 bites here, and you can't show up with 2 or 3 fish. You have to catch 5, and they have to be big. We're in the state of Texas, and these boys are gonna catch them.
Come on, baby.
Can't tell you about that 6 cents flush.
Pink.
Bubble gum.
I want to clue you in on the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series, a very fast-growing segment of bass fishing, competitive style bass fishing. We just had a big event wrap up just down the road, Lake Fork, and Mr. Wyatt Hammond of North Carolina won that kayak event, was crowned over there at the Dickies Arena as part of the weigh-in festivities yesterday. If you're interested in getting into this whole business of kayak fishing, well, hit the QR code right there. Get registered and get ready to go. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series just might be for you. And now we continue with our live coverage, the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, Tommy, I'm at the Yokohama Tire Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to get a little bit more of a deep dive. We talked about the wind impact at Ray Roberts. Not a lot of wind this morning, but that doesn't mean yesterday or this week's wind hasn't affected the lake. Overall, though, this lake has stayed pretty clean, good fishing water, but there are places that it's gotten dirty. And so on the Deep Dive app, when you get in here, you can change the top and go wind effects, you can go water clarity, you can go stream flow if there's creeks that flow in there. But I'm on the water clarity aspect of it. And you can see how when we had a north wind in practice on Wednesday, it really didn't change the fishery. This green area and blue area, those are the good water clarity areas. Obviously, orange and red, dirtier water. This is from yesterday's south wind. So that 25 miles an hour south wind really affected the northwest portion and the northeast portion of this body of water. Compared to when we had the north winds, the south area didn't really dirty up. And that's obviously riprap, sandy banks, things like that. But when you get farther up the creeks where it actually flows in from the lakes above and forms the Trinity, it has gotten a lot dirtier from yesterday afternoon to today. So if we see those guys like Corey Johnston go up and deeper into places like he did yesterday afternoon, it could be a little bit more stained based off yesterday's residual winds. And that's really cool that you can look at that kind of up-to-date satellite water clarity through the Deep Dive app. And so that's something we'll keep an eye on. No wind, but it could be a little dirtier from yesterday's wind.
That is definitely a very, very cool app right there. We got a special. We're star-studded this morning. Ain't no doubt about it. I got the great Gerald Swindle here, a 2-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. You have done your share of battles here on the Classic Battlefield through your career and had some wild experiences in the state of Texas. So we figured you'd be a good guy to talk about all of it with us
I know
today.
Texas can be tricky, and I just looked over the weights with Davey during the break, and you can see that some of the guys may not have realized they may needed to win. you know, and that was something you think we need the wind to lay down, but the wind in Texas is so important, and if it's blown so many days, could that be the contributing factor of why some guys really caught them? You know, when you even hunt out west, archery hunting and stuff, if the wind don't blow, the animals don't move because the wind blows every day. So if you have a calm day, it's almost like the animal behavior gets real slack. So could that be what's happening today, Davey?
Absolutely, absolutely. I got to change the subject just a little bit. We're mid-morning, day 2 of the Bassmaster Classic. You joined us on the set, and for the first time, they set a fire extinguisher up here on the set. What, did you bring that? Is that your personal fire extinguisher?
I noticed that. I didn't know if HR had already called in, but I seen them set that up, and I'm like, what y'all think? I mean, I know we looking good this morning, and we hot, but I don't know we that hot.
I don't know.
I mean, you know, but it's good to be here with you guys,
well,
man.
It's great having you here with
this
us.
stage. I mean, I've been out on that stage a bunch and want to be back out there, but to be here with you guys, the best that's ever done it.
Oh.
The best that's ever done it. Z left him, broke up with me right at the get-go, but it's amazing to see the people pour out here. The show was packed yesterday. People are anticipating big weights, and I see that Lee Livesay, hometown Texas boys, pulling some weight this morning.
So tell everyone watching for sure, you know, the Bassmaster Classic is special. Anyone that keeps up with our sport very much at all knows that. But describe a little bit what it means to you as a professional angler to be here, and you've made many of them. I'm sure you're going to make many more. But what is it like to be here fishing in the World Championship?
It changes your life as a fisherman. As a young fisherman, this is all you dream about, making the Classic. You have 2 or 3 goals. You want to make the Classic, you want to win it, or you want to win AOY. This guy's done multiple of all of them, so you know how hard it is to get here. But to get here, feel the energy in the Coliseum, see this many people. This is why you fish in the rain and the sleet and the snow as a kid, and your hands are cold, and you're working and cutting grass trying to pay for that next trip, Tommy, just to get here. This is why you do that. And when you get here, the energy is so high, and it's almost like you get 1 or 2 days of self-reward that, hey, this is why I climb the mountain, is to have this nice meal. And you are surrounded by champions. You get the feel of what it's supposed to be. The show's amazing. And I tell all anglers, even if you don't qualify, me not qualifying for the Classic, it's very humbling. It is. Sport of fishing, it serves humble pie every day. And last year I got it. But to be here working is such an important factor for all of us. Davey, Mark, you all know when you come here, you can be just as important in that arena as you were on the water. So I tell anglers, if you didn't qualify for the Classic, don't hang your head. Come here and work and be proud to be part of this atmosphere because it is special.
Yeah. All right. Well, here we got the Progressive Tailgate Party going on behind us. They're presented by Lippert. We got the weather's looking wonderful today. Big crowd came here because Gerald Swindle is sitting on stage with us right now.
And a fire extinguisher.
And a fire extinguisher. Should you burst into flames, we got your back.
It's getting hot in here, David. You remember that old dance floor song?
Oh, yeah.
So from here, let's go out to Lake Ray Roberts and check in on what's going on. It's changing constantly, minute by minute out there. And it's a different kind of tournament for these young guys. How important is Classic experience because you have so many distractions here?
Oh, God, the distractions can be overwhelming. Davey can contest to that, man. And it's being able to compartmentalize. And the guy you're looking at right there in that 10 boat is one of the best I've ever seen at blocking it all out and just smiling.
So we talked to him yesterday, and I kind of put this together, but there's something about John Cox and getting around a bridge and fishing. He loves bridges, but he doesn't necessarily fish the bridge.
Nope.
He's hooked up.
Oh, that is a nice one.
Come here. I got her. Oh my gosh, did you see that? I had to let it sit there forever. Look at that. Oh my gosh. I think that's the one we missed this morning. I was like, I know he's there. Oh, sorry.
Not sure about that fish. I know you've been busy this morning, Gerald, but we saw John catch one off the bed about 30 minutes ago, the first one we've seen so far this weekend. Yes.
Well, if anybody in this Western Hemisphere can catch one off the bed, it's that man right there. I've never seen anything like it. And I've never seen a person so highly competitive smile so much. The demeanor of him is so impressive that every day he's just smiling. I think if something happened and the boat caught on fire, he would just smile. Like he's that guy, and I think that's what makes him so deadly.
And I was just letting it sit down there. I kind of wonder if those fish might already be on bed and they're just deeper beds. Because I just let it sit there forever, and then he finally picked it up and started swimming off with it.
one thing I was never very good at, letting a bait sit.
But let's dive into that. You know, you hear the man say, Tommy, he came through there this morning, and he said, I caught that statement, he said, I think that might have been the one I missed this morning. But he is so good this time of year knowing that that fish potentially could have been on bed. So he comes back, he pitches it in there, and that's the deep dive into the angler's mind. He thought, just let it sit. Everybody else is going to shake it. I'm just going to let it sit, and it triggered the fish. That's to watch that and understand how he's thinking right now is so impressive to know. Try a different presentation. And I'm like you, that never was my forte. If I had to let it sit, I was going to be on the bottom of the standings.
That's right. But he's living proof that it certainly there's a time and a place for it.
He never gets in a hurry. You ever notice that?
No.
He's just the guy, poised.
The only time he hurries is to try to get out of camera range, signal range with us. We are thankful for every picture we ever have of John Cox.
He's good about hiding.
Oh, he can get loose from the crowd. That's for sure.
I feel like they were all about that big yesterday.
No matter where we go, the Johnston brothers are in the hunt.
They really are.
From Spain to Maine, it doesn't matter. Them two boys are in the hunt.
They're really amazing. And yesterday morning, it didn't look so good for them. And I talked to them both before the tournament started. And, straight up, they did not have a good practice. To their standards, not a good practice. So I thought this might be one where they don't catch them. But here you are, Corey Johnston, third place.
We got a flipping and a wacky worming.
Yeah.
Totally two different styles. Power and finesse.
Yep. Two different styles. A little surprising to see Corey with a spinning rod in his hand as much as he has so far here this week. You see it up north with a smallmouth, but Chris and Corey both love to power fish also.
Yes. I think that's underestimated with them guys.
Yeah.
So many people see them dominate up north, so you see spinning rod. But you put a flipping stick in their hand, they know where to go.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. First time they showed up was at the St. Johns River, and they showed us real fast how adept they are at fishing that grass, power fishing.
You go to Palatka, the Johnston brothers is going to get 2 of them 50 checks.
Yeah.
There's only 47 available after they get there. David, did you ever compete on Ray Roberts?
No, I never have.
I haven't either. So
I did go out with Livesay on practice and learned a lot about it. But no, I have never fished there.
I haven't either. It seems a little bit like a baby fork or something like that.
To me, it was like kind of between a fork and Rayburn.
Okay.
The drains and things that these fish kind of migrate up in, much
drains
smaller
are
but similar to Rayburn.
Right, they're pronounced, so
yes.
you can get in them and track them.
Yes. And that's why it wasn't surprising to me to see what Trey McKinney did yesterday, to see how good he was to start his elite career last year at Fork and Toledo Bend. What is surprising to me is he's having a slow day that he's having today.
Right. How did he – I was busy yesterday. How did he catch him? Was it timber? Jerking the timber. Timber. Where is Patrick Walters then?
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Honestly.
I mean, I'm saying that with the utmost respect.
Yeah.
When it comes – if you talk about big tournaments, big events, and winning with big weight in Texas – jerking timber, you think Patrick Walters.
He opened the world's eyes to it.
I mean,
that fall tournament at Toledo Bend. He
introduced me to
the
a real
lead
whooping.
series. I mean, the closest I've ever seen someone come to lapping the field.
Yes.
I mean, he really did.
That was a margin that'll never be topped.
Yes,
never
I agree.
I was behind the wall in that one, David. I done crashed out.
You wasn't the only one.
I'll put new tires on mine.
You were not the only one.
Because he made
my
it look
friend.
so easy, it hurt your feelings, And then you get back and watch Bass Live, and I'm like, oh my God. Everybody had was huge. So it makes me think, could this tournament set up for a Patrick Walters comeback?
Yeah. And keep in mind that we only have like Bass Track information on Patrick Walters, which is no good ever.
No good. It is no good. No. Mr. George, it is no good.
No good.
Well, let's take a look at our day one leader, Trey McKinney. Did such an impressive job out there yesterday. Looked very much like he was back in Texas last year, just wheeling and dealing on Lake Fork. And today is just a completely different story. But that's the way it happens out here sometimes.
It was about this time yesterday when he caught his 4th fish, took the lead with 19 pounds plus. Today, 7 people have passed him.
Wow. Just takes one bite in Texas. So.
Yeah.
But
he made it look easy yesterday.
And when you're having those magical days, it seems to be people saying, you made it look easy. Some days just happens that way, you know. Don't rule him out. But I'm like watching him maneuver the trolling motor, so he's doing a little scoping. He's doing a little looking, which I found. I watched the Johnston brothers a minute ago. He was facing backwards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was throwing the other way. So I'm like, for a minute, Cox is not doing it. So, like, I'm seeing the I guess, the versatility here.
Yeah.
Like, but you could tell he's looking to see what's happened to his fish, where did they go, and how he can make them bite.
Well, you can just see when you see Kiyoya Fujita have 21-14 and John Cox have 22-0 on day one, and you're like, back-to-back in the standings, 2 opposite anglers of that we've ever seen. So Ray Roberts is playing to both for sure.
And Lee doing a little bit of both of it. I don't think he caught any fish yesterday doing it, but he did in practice, and he told me that was going to be part of his plan, scoping a little bit in that timber in those drains.
Yeah.
So some are using, kind of doing both, some totally one with and one without. So got a lot of diversity.
I think we cannot wrap her up here up on the set without this scene right here.
Oh, gosh.
Maybe my favorite bass catch of all time.
Mine, too.
Come on, G-string.
Yeah! Yeah! Woo! You want him, baby? I got him! Woo!
Kind of embarrassed himself right there, Tommy. That's like showing you 3rd grade school picture right there.
The only thing missing there was the running man, and I know you can do it. I've seen you do it.
I've seen you do it better, and I actually still remember Dardanelle. Davey Height wins an elite, I think it was an elite 50.
Yeah.
And you did the running man on the front deck.
If you'd have thought about it, you'd have done
I'd
it
have
right
done
there.
it.
You drove from Alabama to California to do that.
I might even throw the Roger Rabbit in there, you know. But it's amazing to go back and see that clip and realize I still get that fired up, man.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think the kid in you changes when you catch one.
Oh, man.
A little embarrassing.
That one will live forever.
Great.
That one will absolutely live forever. I want you to make a prediction. Are we going to see double-digit fish here this week?
I think 100% you're going to see 2 fish weighed in over 10 before this competition day and tomorrow's over. And I'm going to make a long shot prediction. Patrick Balters will make a black horse run out of the back of the pack.
All right. Thanks so much for being with us,
Thank
G.
you. Good to see you, brother. David, good to see you too, man.
You're going to go in the expo and cause a mob scene, so we just got to, we got to let it happen. We just got to let it happen.
Let it happen.
Let's take a look at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings after 2 events. That's the way it stands. A Canadian, Evan Kung, on top of the whole deal. Bo Browning barely made it in through the opens last year, but look at him in 2nd place. Paul Marks of Georgia, Tucker Smith of Alabama, Emil Wagner was the winner at our celebrity event earlier in the week here over on Eagle Mountain Lake. Blake Capps, Andrew Loberg, and Easton Fothergill. A slow start for him on the Elite Series, but coming back at the Classic. Live coverage continues here, 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. That is Lake Ray Roberts right there. Our fantastic playing field. Presented by Under Armour, this classic. Let's run through a little deeper into the leaderboard there. We know everybody's got favorites, so we see now, and has been for a while, Lee Livesay taking over that lead in a big, forceful way. Huge lead ahead of Easton Fothergill. Corey Johnston in 3rd place. Brandon Lester moved up out of the top 10 there. John Cox, we just saw him catch a really good one out there. His little spot he's got staked out, Kiyoya Fujita and the rest. Drew Benton started in the top 10. He's just outside right now. Jeremy Knepp. Jeremiah Kendi having a much better day than he had yesterday. Moving up, Jay Shakurit started in the top 10. He fell down. Drew Cook briefly in the top 10 for a while, but things changing quickly. Tyler Williams, Shryock, Lee, Logan, Robert G. rounding out the top 20 now. The next page is really very important because you got to be in the top 25 in order to make it to the final day. Championship Sunday at the Classic. Scott Martin, Stetson Blaylock, Greg Hackney, John Garrett, and Patrick Walters all feeling the heat right there. You know, they got to perform on this day, got to get the job done. Have a shot at Championship Sunday. Jeff Gustafson, the former Classic champ, just under that line right now. Shane LaHue, Justin Hamner, Connor Jacob, Caleb Sumrall got to make something happen on this day number 2. Down to the 30s, down to 40. There's Kyle Patrick at the 40th spot there. We got Jacob Porosnik in there. Taku Ito, one of our international competitors. Logan Parks, Matt Airy, Will Davis Jr., Chris Johnston, Dylan Akins, Wesley Gore, and Tyler Rivette. And Davey, someone can move so many places with one fish.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, good friends with Lee Livesay. I'm just calling balls and strikes. You know, I love his family. You know, a lot of his friends I've hung out with when we've been to Lake Fork, that sort of thing. But keep in mind, there's a lot of fishing left in this day before they cut to the 25. Yesterday at this point, Lee had one fish in his boat and didn't catch his second one for another hour or two. So a lot of fishing left, but it is a big, big day all the way down to 56th place. You want to make that top 25 here at the Bassmaster Classic, no matter where you are. A lot of fishing left to go. The wind has left us, and I'm certainly not complaining.
I don't know where it went, but I'll take it. I mean, my goodness.
But it's definitely changing the fishing on this lake. Lee Livesay, knowing the lake and knowing to make those adjustments maybe a little quicker than others, has given him an advantage. But these are the best in the business. There's more anglers than Lee Livesay is going to figure out, hey, a bait change, something I need to do a little differently.
Okay. Well, Lee Livesay gets all the accolades. He has been the story so far this morning. We'll add another one on here. A Mercury move of the day for Lee. Look at that, fish number 1, way ahead of schedule. He's been ahead of his schedule all day today, starting in 5th place.
Yeah, a lot of people don't pay attention to this. I know about it because I was with Lee the practice day. He was boat number 56 leaving on day 1, which really added to his slow start. But this morning, the big key to his success is his fast start right out of the gate. First fish at 7:52. Lee Livesay with a 3-pounder, and then you see it just kept about every 30 minutes or so. He catching another fish. Has not moved probably over about 200 yards this morning. Mercury move of the day, Lee Livesay, 15 pounds, 6 ounces unofficially, with a solid lead here in Texas. Lee Livesay, the only true Texan, he says. The other couple Texans have just moved here a little later in life.
All right, okay. Well, Lee gets to define himself. He comes in as the number 1 favorite, and he's proven that to be a pretty good choice so far. Not even halfway through day number 2, but very close to halfway. One other thing we saw on that leaderboard, Davey, from day number 1, about just under 15 pounds, 14, I think, was the 25 spot. Is it the same math to figure out the cut line as it would be right around 30 for the end of the day, making it into the top 25?
Yes, and it doesn't quite look like that right now. They're a little slower for a lot of the guys that we thought would catch them. But these changing conditions, slick glass, no wind, has kind of stalled a lot of the field. I think we'll see them make those adjustments, and we'll see that double the day 1 cut.
In my zone.
Oh, hey, how about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert?
Yes.
Caleb Sumrall, 5.5 pounder, 5 pounds, 8 ounces. He was 48th to start after day 1, and he's jumped in our top 20 with that fish.
3 more good ones, then I can go run all kinds of stuff. It's 10 o'clock. That wind's going to switch here in a little bit and start blowing, though. So they say. Trying to look for another bite somewhere besides where I've been catching them. I caught them all yesterday in a total different strips, and I caught everything today. It's weird. I don't know if they moved or if it's just a different group, and I caught everything out of the other one. Everywhere I thought I would have caught a big one from practice, I haven't caught anything.
You guys mentioned it with the Mercury move of the day and how it's a little different than it was yesterday. We really only had Taku Ito's big fish and Trey McKinney's couple good fish yesterday to really get us going. It was around this time of the day where Corey Johnston was making his move to his area. He started catching them. Livesay's was even later than this, and Zaldane was honestly like every hour we'd see one fish from him. So it was slow, but that's the biggest thing here, Davey, is if you're still 10 or 12 pounds back and you've given the lead away, that's one bite. Yeah. And so normally when we're at the Classic, a 4 or 5 pounder is the important fish. A 10 pounder here is not inconceivable. Like it's going to get someone back in the game, no doubt.
Yeah, I can't help but think about, we do our angler interviews before this tournament starts every year. Greg Hackney said, it's 90% right up here between your ears. And I wrote it down what he said. He said, the guy with the best tournament IQ wins tournaments. Lee has not moved 50 yards today.
Yeah.
That's hard to be that patient and do.
Different. That's what I'm looking for.
His local knowledge, his tournament IQ, and what he's thinking about the wind's going to do in the next 30 minutes, he's putting all those pieces of the puzzle together.
And through all your classic years, Davey, how many guys said, oh, I just got to running around too much and 3 days went poof like
Absolutely.
that? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Happens to most. It really does. The nervous energy builds up inside. It's the Bassmaster Classic. It's the World Championship. I need to go. I need to run. You feel like you're accomplishing more just by doing more, and that's not always the case.
That's a great point.
Come on, baby.
Digging into Caleb Summerall. He's got a couple 4-pounders, too, at that 5. He's got more weight, 15-11, on 4 fish than Livesay has with a limit.
Wow. Now, one more look at that leaderboard here, and Lee Livesay looks like a formidable lead. As we say, the size of the fish here make it a very catchable lead just in a moment's notice. Corey Johnston in 3rd, Easton Fothergill up there in 2nd place. Brandon Lester, Tennessee, coming on strong on day number 2. John Cox and all the rest. We've had some great scenes, some wonderful fish catches today and yesterday.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to hear anglers say today at weigh-in, I needed the wind to blow more. Who would have thought that yesterday this time?
Up, though, Davey.
Yeah, who would have? You're right, though. They absolutely. But where did my wind go?
Yes.
I mean, we've seen it happen at the Classic.
Yes.
Fella almost had the Classic, and the wind changed it on him.
I think those guys watching Justin Hamner yesterday, they were the wind operators. They're taking the morning off. They'll be back this afternoon.
Yep.
Also coming up this afternoon, we've got some great coverage on the way on Fox, the Fox Network. 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 hours of prime action on day number 2 at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour. So much left to see on this day number 2. Well, you're in the right place, because right now the center of the universe in the world of sport fishing is right here in the Lone Star State of Texas, this special week when we identify and crown a brand new world champion. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Open, presented by Under Armour.
If it took you a lifetime to get here, that's okay. It's worth it. This is your shot to take on the best in the world for the biggest prize in the sport. If it all works out, all that work is rewarded, and you will stand on that stage as the world champion.
Digging, stay on there, stay on there.
Come here, girl. Got her. Yes. Boom, shakalaka, giant bass. Wow.
It's day 2 at the Classic, and it's all or nothing.
I'm talking about the Bassmaster Classic, baby. Look at that. Woo! Come on. Let's go.
I want them big bright lights. I want their center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came? For them big bright lights. Show out. I'm about to blow your mind. No doubt. I'm about to own it. Give me my moments. Step aside. Big bright lights. I want that center stage.
Welcome to Fort Worth, Texas for the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour, the 55th edition of this contest to crown a world champion. Our live coverage presented by Power Pole. We've got 3 hours of it coming up for you on this critical second day of 3 days of fishing to crown our champion. That's the leaderboard as it stands right now. And the Texas favorite coming in is Lee Livesay. The Texas favorite is on top, but not by a whole lot. a little bit more than halfway through the proceedings here on day number 2. We've got plenty of fishing, plenty of time for new developments to come along and change everything at one swing of the rod, because big fish live in our playing field, and we'll take you up there in just a minute. Right now, we're going to take you back in time to last night, to the weigh-in on day number 1, all the sound, the fury, and the big fish. And here's what we saw.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Taking a look at the Texas Hammer. Lee Livesay, 5th place. Had to do a little work late in the day, coming in with 23 pounds for 5.
Jay Shakura in there in 4th place. Jay Shakura, one of the year in and year out, in the short time he's been on the scene here, always one of the top guys, it seems. Seems he had a great classic last year.
Exactly. From there, Minnesotan now lives in Alabama. Easton Fothergill fishing his, second Bassmaster Classic already, with 24 pounds and 15 ounces.
Coming out of the college ranks was Fothergill. Corey Johnston coming down from Canada 7 years ago to try his luck here, and he has done nothing but big things in the world of bass fishing since then.
Exactly right. From there, 1st place, a 20-year-old young man from Southern Illinois fishing his first Bassmaster Classic. Absolutely knocked their lights out. 26 pounds, 9 ounces for Trey McKinney.
Let's show you where we are, our playing field for the second time in the state of Texas in the last 5 years at the Bassmaster Classic has been this lake, about an hour north of Fort Worth, about halfway to Oklahoma. Lake Ray Roberts on the Trinity River, this famous river that rolls all through North Texas and rolls on down to the Gulf. Our takeoff this morning at the state park, Isle du Bois. There was the scene there, big crowd coming out early before the sun was up in order to send these 56 anglers out on their way.
Exactly right. The Bassmaster Classic has been to Lake Ray Roberts before, looking at about a little bit over 29,000 acres. Looking at scenes from this morning, big crowd out at the lake. And here's the best thing to know about this lake. Not the best numbers. You're not going to come to Ray Roberts and say, hey, I caught 100, but some giant bass live in here. And, well, we're going to get to see them. And this time of day, watching this live on Fox right now, this time of day yesterday on day number 1 is when the big ones started to bite.
All right, the temperature is warming up at a rapid pace. We have had some difficult weather conditions all through practice and all through day number 1. We'll talk about that through the day, and everything changes every hour here at this special 3 days of fishing. So great to have you with us. And again, we've got 3 hours of this coverage on this crucial day coming up here. That is the Progressive Tailgate Party coming right down Main Street, right at the end of Main Street. And we can't wait to get it started. We've got a good crowd starting to show up here. And this one is presented by Lippert in downtown Fort Worth. Welcome to our Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. We got Mark Zona here for 20 years. I've sat here with you and called the Classic in the world of bass and billfish. Peter Miller is here at his first Classic. So many accolades and crossing boundaries here. What do you think about this last crossing?
Tommy, I'm blown away by all the excitement and all the pageantry, if you will. You know, you've got professional fishermen mixed with big spectacle events with 150,000 people on the ground. You've got big events and expos inside this big arena next to us. It is the biggest of the big. It is the Super Bowl of fishing.
You know, and really looking at this tournament right now, this is the tournament pretty much that every single angler in the country wants to be in. You win this, your life changes. And really looking at day 1, looking at your day 1 leader, a 20-year-old out of Southern Illinois, fishing his first Bassmaster Classic. Here's the problem with Lake Ray Roberts. He knocked their lights out, basically laid off by about noon yesterday. Right now, your leader, Trey McKinney, is sitting on 0 bass.
We come to an event like this and you think, well, you can set the course and keep on it. You've got to change course 15 times during these 3 days, and it goes by so fast.
Yeah, right. And the other thing is, you know, you're sitting here at our tailgate party, it's phenomenal weather. What these anglers have gone through yesterday for the last week in pre-practice, 30 to 60 mile per hour winds. So it's a nice balmy condition for Lake Ray Roberts today.
You know, it is a beautiful day. You know, it went down to 20. Normally you see 20 miles per hour and you're like, oh boy, but it's actually a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get out on Lake Ray Roberts right now. Lee Livesay started the day in 5th place. Lee Livesay was the favorite among the Texans who had qualified for this Bassmaster Classic. And he had a very slow start yesterday, and we thought, oh no, Lee's going to disappoint a lot of people if he doesn't show up, but he showed up.
When you say a slow start, we're going to get out and see what Lee caught earlier this morning. But yesterday, he saved his Bassmaster Classic. He had one bass until 12:45 and went on a major flurry, starting in that same area, throwing that bait right there, a pink bladed jig, fishing very, very shallow on Ray Roberts, 1 to 4 feet of water, little ditches, irregularities from 1 out to 3.5 foot. The biggest key is grass, milfoil. A lot of these fish pushing up into these areas to spawn.
And Lee is a hometown favorite for good reason. He has spent a lot of time on this lake, although Lake Fork is his headquarters, and he knows so many specific spots, and it's all about specific, isolated spots.
Yeah, really the last 10 years, Lee Livesay fishing so many team tournaments here, knowing how the fish move this time of year, and this was just moments ago with Lee Livesay.
Monster, eat it. Get rid of that little bitty one.
I actually saw her come up and get there.
All right. That is our real 5th one. We got like a barely 14, maybe not even 14-incher in there. We're going to weigh them and tell y'all exactly what we have.
Just
we
moments
used to be
before that,
sandbaggers,
you
not
lost the
sandbaggers
lead.
anymore.
And with that one, he regains the lead over Minnesota's Easton Fothergill. We're going to qualify him for a big award early on this afternoon.
Boy, we're going to do it right off the bat here. Mercury move of the day. Checking out Lee Livesay, unofficially right now with 18 pounds and 5 ounces, jumping from 5th to 1st place. Everybody watching this angler, one of the best anglers in the state of Texas. Big favorite coming into this tournament. Your Mercury move of the day, Lee Livesay.
And as promised, the fish are large. Not a lot of bites, but you know, you see 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s all throughout the day. And then every now and then you'll get an 8, 9. We're seeing some great fishing.
Let's move over to the aforementioned Easton Fothergill. Came out of the college ranks to qualify for the Classic.
Give it some royalty,
last year.
Say
yes,
it.
Easton Fothergill.
Thank you.
A very, very elegant sort of name. And a very, very wise beyond his years young man. We had a conversation with him last night. You talk about somebody that's got it planned out, buttoned up, and ready to go here. He's the man.
Yeah, and really a rough start to his Elite Series career. First 2 tournaments a couple weeks ago, really down in the standings, coming back here in the Bassmaster Classic.
Good one.
Go.
Oh, come on. Come here. Let's go. We're making some ground now, boys. Now we're making something happen. Ooh. Bigs. Bump my jerkbait, bump my Nico, and then she finally got the Nico. We got 5. And we got 2 babies in there to get out.
Now, Easton Fothergill, what a story for him. In college, he qualified. He won the Classic bracket competition to fish in the Bassmaster Classic. And this is Easton Fothergill early.
Really a 2-prong approach, throwing a suspending jerkbait and a Strike King finesse worm. Color is red bug. Very, very lightweight in there, 1/32 ounce. And here's the best way to put it. What he's been concentrating on, deeper trees, 5 to 10 feet of water, leading into spawning bays. A lot of these fish with this warm weather, we were on a full moon a week ago, starting to push in to spawn. And a lot of the anglers, here's one thing here on Fox is we are on pace right now to break the all-time Bassmaster Classic record on a lake where it looks a lot better on paper, but that's the reason why.
Absolutely. This one built with big fish in mind, managed for big fish. And now the big story, the other big story running parallel to that of Lee Livesay and Eastern Fothergill is Trey McKinney, who seemed so dominant yesterday. He didn't have a gigantic lead, but he just seemed to be in total control of making it happen in a positive way. Everywhere he went has not happened today.
A master with his electronics. Slow, painful day today for Trey McKinney.
Okay. Woo. Okay. Just fell out. Boys, we have been on a desert of a drought. I'm talking a desert of a drought like you have no idea. That's gonna put us back here. Gosh, baby. I mean, we haven't had, I've seen so many fish today and not get bit. It's insane, actually. Yes, sir.
Calls it a desert today. He called yesterday a monsoon. He was the monsoon yesterday. Let's take a look at Trey McKinney, his first appearance ever at a day one weigh-in at his first Bassmaster Classic.
Wow. 26 pounds.
How would you like that to be your first day on the stage of your first Bassmaster Classic, 26 pounds and 9 ounces?
And he jumped out of that boat while it was still moving. He's spry, he's quick, he's 20 years old, and look at him living his dream. That says that's all he does with his life is fish, 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 and he's done really well.
And the consensus was among us that he left a lot on the table.
He did.
When he finished up yesterday, he had done his work early, and he was very, very confident, and for good reason.
Hey, Eastern Fothergill's last fish went in as a 5.13. He had a 6.13 earlier. He's over 20 pounds today, almost 21, 45 pounds total.
There's an overhead look at Drew Benton. Very, very shallow, obviously. You can see the watercolor and condition here.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks good from the drone.
One up there thinking about
It's got to be a nice one.
Drew Benton with 21 pounds and 8 ounces yesterday. One of the best shallow water anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
One
And
up there thinking about it.
There we go.
made the comment, as warm as it's starting to get, we had a really warm night, cold yesterday. These warm nights pushing a lot of these big Texas bass shallow. Drew Benton, one of the best in the game, man.
Making an adjustment and getting by.
Drew Benton, who had fallen out of the top 10, trying to make his way back into there. You got to be again into the top 25. At the end of the day, if you're going to fish on the final day, the third day, Championship Sunday, tomorrow. Easton Fothergill, though, his second Bassmaster Classic on top. Back and forth it's been between he and Lee Livesay, Corey Johnston, John Cox. And Drew Benton just outside that top 10, and he has had an emotional start to his year of 2025.
A lot of bad stuff has happened here lately, and it's easy to ask why me, but why not me? Two or 3 days before we leave to go to our first event, a lady runs a stop sign, totals my truck. Just was behind the 8 ball getting ready for our first event, threw a bunch of stuff in the truck, went down to Florida, had a good first day, and just bombed the rest of the time in Florida. I crapped out everybody's fantasy fishing team that was, kind of counting on me. I mean, I think that the grind, the adversity is opportunity. It's very true. It's an opportunity to grow. It's an opportunity to get stronger, more mentally tough. looking at it at the time, you think that, you know, why am I going through this stuff? But this is the reason why, to get you through these battles.
The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us. About 4 hours, maybe a little less than that, remaining in fishing time for these 56 anglers out there today. That's just one of the many guidelines that we've got for these 3 days of fishing. As for the rest of the rules, we asked the anglers to lay those out for you. So they said they'd give it a try.
Howdy, I'm Chris Zaldane. Hi, I'm Greg Hackney. I'm Scott Martin.
I'm Justin Hamner.
I'm Trey McKinney.
Lee Livesay.
Jordan Lee.
Corey Johnston. I'm Chris Johnston.
These are the rules of our game.
Boom shakalaka!
56 of the world's best anglers compete
in the 2025
Bassmaster Classic,
presented by Under Armour.
Yes! Come on! Let's go!
It's 3 days of competition. 3. On Lake Ray Roberts in Texas.
That is the Bassmasters Classic, baby.
It's a catch and release tournament.
You're allowed to keep 5 bass each day.
Digging, stay on there, stay on there.
Come here, girl.
Day 2 is elimination day.
Bye-bye.
Sayonara. The top 25 will qualify to fish
the 3rd and final round.
Are you ready?
The angler with the heaviest weight will be your 2025
Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic World Champion.
Excellent job there by the anglers, laying it out for us there. Not the normal thing that they do, but
now they'll police each other, Tommy.
Yes,
They will
absolutely. Oh,
We've seen some of that this year.
They're fully in favor of that, we guarantee you, especially if they're the ones policing. Let's get out to our leader now, Easton Fothergill. Great story. Fishing in his second Bassmaster Classic, but a very, very young angler at the start of his career. Here's another dream come true, being here for the second year in a row.
You see him looking at his forward-facing sonar, isolated standing timber, fishing for individual bass at the bases of a lot of this timber.
Giant. Giant. Come on, baby. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm shaking. It calls a 180.
He has 5 fish. He can get rid of the smallest one in order to add this one
Yeah, shot to win tomorrow,
to
boys.
his 5 fish limit.
The one he's throwing back,
Oh
the
my
cull, could probably fit in the mouth of this 7-pounders. You know, that's something special right there, and that's what this lake is all about.
Exactly.
Boy, you can hear him breathing. He is on the right caliber on Ray Roberts right now. Well, he is a hot mess.
He is.
Because he's a calm dude.
Yeah, he is.
This is unbelievable. 7-pounder. Yes.
Wow. Like we said, Lee Livesay throwing predominantly a bladed jig, a 6-cent swim bait, Easton Fothergill, a 6-inch Strike King finesse worm, color red bug. Going to get back out to the Canadian animal, Corey Johnston. Little bit slower this morning.
Has been. a little bit slower. Said he was not worried about it. Says he's very relaxed. He's just getting the fish today. He didn't seem at all concerned about this day. And he's got plenty of time to do big things.
Fothergill has done big things. 26 pounds with that fish, 51 pounds total. Almost a 10-pound lead.
Such on pace to break the record. Corey Johnston hooked up.
Gotcha. Yeah, baby. It was a 5-pounder.
Came unhooked.
Thing is. 3 more bites.
This lake is fixing to explode like it did yesterday.
I don't want to jinx things,
Yeah,
but I was thinking exactly the same thing. Well, everyone expected big things from Corey Johnston during the course of this week. Man, oh man, weather was tough yesterday. A lot of exposure to high winds. He ended his year last year in bigger waves than that. Physically ill, but brought home the win on Lake Ontario.
Vomiting during the event.
Not a pretty story, but a great outcome. He had a great outcome yesterday. Day 1 of the Classic at over 25.
Exactly right. And Peter, I know you got to talk to Corey yesterday. Only had 6 bites the entire day.
And he made them count. You know, he went from 0 kind of in a way to hero. And you see him on stage doing it, and he's backing it up right now.
Boy, if you are watching that picture of how pretty it is on Ray Roberts here on Fox, it was an ocean where he was sitting yesterday.
It's like a different continent today.
It's serene and peaceful. Yesterday was violent.
I just don't have the time right now to go look for new stuff. If I had a limit, that's exactly what I'd be doing. But right now, I got to get to that 20-pound mark, and I feel like this is the best way to do it. Switched over to that 6-cent swank, and hoping I can get one of these things to react to it here. I know I'm around them. It's, I think I'm doing the right thing. Fish in the grass. When these fish move up, they move up into the grass, and I know enough of it that I think I can catch a few more good ones. But we're gonna keep grinding here and see what we can do.
So you think with this quick temperature change, this rise in temperature, do you think these bass are going to be kind of thinking about that spawning?
They're coming.
Pushing up on the shoreline?
They are absolutely coming.
All of our guys told us that after the weigh-in yesterday. They are on their way. It's just a matter of time and conditions. But Easton Fothergill, unbelievable right there. He's almost got the equal in his live well of the top weight at the end of fishing after 8 hours yesterday. And he's got the better part of 4 hours left to fish on this day. What is he capable of? Well, we're about to find out as we go right into the afternoon here on Lake Ray Roberts. We'll be right back. The road to the Indy 500 runs through Thermal. As IndyCar heads to the California desert, the fastest racing on earth is back. Tomorrow at 3 Eastern, live on Fox.
Who's your guy, Tommy?
Oh, I don't know.
Guy?
Alex Palou, maybe?
Let's go.
I don't know.
I love it.
Could be.
Combined with some motley crew right there.
Meanwhile, to paraphrase the late Bob Wills, the big brawls in Cowtown in the world of bass fishing. We've got the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic underway, presented by Under Armour. 56 anglers out there. These 10 anglers are the ones we are in the boat with all day long. The top 10 to start this day. We have seen a lot, some big moves, a major move at the top of the leaderboard, and things are different out there, Robbie Floyd. Things are very different. The conditions couldn't be any less like yesterday as far as we can tell. What can you tell us?
Absolutely. It's only befitting you were talking about IndyCar just a moment ago, Tommy. I covered them for 3 years down in the pits, and you got to adjust to the track conditions. Well, here you're having to do the exact same thing with the conditions. Yesterday, so windy, colder in the morning. Temperature when I drove in was about 38. This morning about 48. But the wind is really the big factor. It was blowing 30 miles an hour constantly yesterday. You couldn't get into, I'm in an open area of the lake right now. Absolutely impossible yesterday. Right now, it says the wind's blowing 6 to 8 miles an hour. I think 4 at max. So you have to adjust to the conditions just like in racing cars. And a lot of these guys are making those adjustments. Some aren't. And one of those reasons, I believe, guys, is if you're a guy that's working off the graph, you can get out in some of those areas you couldn't have been before, and you're seeing fish. And they're seeing big fish that they're trying to catch, but the fish aren't necessarily biting. I'm seeing a lot of people looking at fish, and they're sticking a lot of time on those fish that just aren't biting right now when they could be hopping around trying to catch other fish.
Robbie, for 20 years, all of the post-game interviews, you have been with us after the weigh-in. You were nowhere to be seen yesterday. Describe what it was like out on Ray Roberts.
My guts hurt because I usually ride up on the front deck. A cameraman's in one seat, the driver's in the other, and it literally, the ribs just jam into your spleen, liver, kidneys. All my organs are bruised right now. It was unbelievable going from one half of the lake, much less going from a right arm to a left arm. Typically, it would take you maybe 5 to 10 minutes. It was taking 30 minutes, and it was a total booty whipping.
Robbie, I know you've been spending some time with Chris Zaldane. What can you tell us about that? What's he doing? What's happening there?
Well, this morning he got things literally right at takeoff, caught a 4.5 pounder on a swim bait, I believe it was. But I mean, I'm like, hey, things are looking good. I got to follow the guy I think is going to catch big fish that's outside that top 10 that can jump. But since then, he's only caught a 2.5 pounder. And the starting points, the swim baits on more rocky stuff, bluff walls, that's how he wanted to catch them. Then he made a move to more stumps. And then he actually went back to that same area at takeoff, and he said, as soon as his sun started getting up in the air, he said, they're starting to position like I want them. You know, they start getting underneath and locked into those positions. So some of those guys that are flipping those trees or something, if you had boat docks here at Ray Roberts, they'd probably be around those boat docks. There are none. So start looking for that more. With this sun high, warm, and not necessarily all that windy, I think we're going to be seeing more of that bite as it turns on.
All right, Robbie, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Robbie giving up his physical well-being to give Bass fans the reporting they deserve. And I think he's done it again. We'll be back with Ronnie before too much more time has passed. Meanwhile,
interesting, both of your leaders fishing within about a quarter mile of each other, doing something totally different. All power fishing for Lee Livett. Looks like Easton Fothergill's got one locked up in that tree.
He does.
I'm not feeling it now. Maybe it's no bites in a couple hours, or maybe it's Easton Fothergill scoping donks in front of me.
That's exactly what's happening.
Or both. Or both.
He just broke a giant off.
Come on, big girls. Let's go.
You fly a little close to the sun, you get tangled up in that brush and those down trees,
like a 4-pounder?
and you pay the price sometimes.
No, just he said a 4-pounder. So
what? Just gotta keep getting bites. We'll be just fine.
Okay, so what Livesay was just talking about, that's Fothergill right in front of him. Fishing a lot lighter line than Lee Livesay. 17-pound fluorocarbon line to an 8-pound mainline braid. And whenever you're finesse fishing around a lot of that standing timber,
A foot to 3 feet under the surface in these trees. The highest I've seen them all week.
Float it right in front of his face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want it to basically not even sink. I'm probably just throw it weightless, honestly. But then you can't cast it as accurate with these trees.
What are you saying weightless? We're talking no Nico. We're talking just straight.
But he's been using a 132nd.
Okay.
Get a look at that worm right there. If you look at 29,000 acres, you wouldn't think the two leaders are right next to each other.
If we hadn't seen it 1,000 times before,
exactly
we would not think. Right, exactly.
Small weight.
Yes.
A lot of times on the final day of the event, you want to kind of shadow your competitor to make sure you're not missing out on something, right? When you're real close
there you
together.
go.
But this is day 2, so who knows what's happening here, but there's a 10-pound difference.
And really just attacking it differently. Lee Livesay throwing a 6 cents little swim bait when it calmed down today, but predominantly most of his weapon throughout this term has been a bladed jig, pink color. There you go. And a Strike King finesse worm for Easton Fothergill.
The main player this week, just a Nico rig, Strike King finesse worm, red bug. The hook's a #1 Ryugi talisman. I'm using the heavy guard version. With the sweet guard, I can throw it in the middle of these trees, and as long as you don't reel it out super fast, just kind of feather it out, and you'll never get hung in them. That's been a big deal this week, especially in the wind. I can just throw it in the middle of the tree. So.
"22, 23 years old, great fisherman.
Calm as could be.
Great on camera,
Yeah.
great with his partners. These guys have it all. Triple threats.
Oh.
He said after his first 2 Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments where he was down in the 90s, he said, I'm going to win this one for my girlfriend Elizabeth yesterday. Did he not?
He did.
He
did.
absolutely
And you
did.
said you'd give her a shout out.
I gave her a shout out.
There you
That's
go.
Incredible.
And if you look at Fothergill right there, he's fishing a little bit deeper than Livesay, but those isolated trees, it looks the same above the water, but below it, it's the little contour, the little creek channel swings basically from 6 down to 9 feet of water. He said wherever one of those trees are, that you see that standing timber, if there's a small slope leading in to a spawning pocket like you see Lee Livesay, where he's a lot shallower, he said, man, those are the highways. And if you have that contour change with that standing timber, that is the money.
You may ask yourself, how does a kid from Minnesota able to go toe-to-toe with a grizzled veteran of here in East Texas and North Texas, Lee Livesay? Well, Easton Fothergill, I'll give you one clue. Last year, he qualified for the Bassmaster, the Progressive Master Elite Series by fishing the opens, and he won one just about 90 minutes north of here on Lake Eufaula, catching an 8-pounder in the afternoon of the final day. And a place like that, an 8-pounder is gigantic. What does it mean to him to be here at the Classic? Well, we coaxed it out of him.
It was a grind, but I knew it was going to be a grind. Haven't got many bites all of practice, but every bite I do get is a great big one. So I'm just praying for 5 again tomorrow, and hopefully they'll be around the same size if my pattern holds true. You know, it means the world to me to see all my family and friends in the stands, big cheering section, and you know, it makes me emotional looking up there and seeing all of them. But yeah, to have that feeling of having a good bag and having the day go your way, it's definitely, you know, it's what dreams are made of, and you know, that's why we all do this, is, you know, for days like this. So definitely a great start, but a long ways to go.
It's kind of a crazy experience, because if I get in my head and I'm like, I get to wonder and I get negative and stuff like that.
Thousands of thoughts running through your head of where I should go, what I should do, and you're just trying to predict what another living creature what they're going to do.
The Bassmaster Classic isn't just about technique. It's about mental strength.
You know, probably one thing that's helped me, I don't listen to Doc talk very much, but they all wanted to talk this week, and I was around a bunch of different anglers practicing, and honestly, they were showing signs of weakness, and I feed off of that. Like, one of the greatest things that helps me is when I hear they're struggling. I like for them to struggle. Like, mentally, that makes me tougher.
The Classic is a test of skill, endurance, and the ability to go the distance.
You know, you have to be confident in what you're doing. You have to be confident in your equipment.
I think confidence is everything in sports, in bass fishing.
That's what it's all about, is keeping your emotions in check. And here's the other thing is, I don't know what the score is. I don't know what the other anglers are doing. The only thing I can control is what I'm doing, the cast I make, the lures I'm using, the areas I'm fishing. The only one in control of that is me.
All about the confidence. here at the Bassmaster Classic.
Common
I'd go with that.
theme right there with a lot of your leaders. Basically, Ray Roberts lays in a V. There's a west arm and east arm. The east arm has been by far more dominant, more standing timber, more grass, more milfoil. And that is exactly where your leader is right now, Easton Fothergill.
I mean, that far under the surface on the tree.
Well, that guy in the spectator boat is having a time in the background.
He almost sounds like he's in pain.
Oh, bye-bye spot.
Good one on a suspending jerkbait, Easton Fothergill.
And like Cackney was saying, it's all about
27.
emotions and mental
27.
strength.
Thank you. Well, good luck.
That is Lee Livesay, who was leading when we started this broadcast. Said, I am not going to watch somebody else catch him, and I'm going to get out of here.
Yeah. That's
wow.
That's part of mental maintenance. There is not having that vision in front of you for an hour and a half.
That sucks though, to watch somebody catch 27 pounds 100 yards from you.
Biggest limit of the tournament, and far from done on this day.
Almost 28 and within a cull of the all-time classic record.
Wow.
32 pounds, 3 ounces at Guntersville in 2014 by Paul Mueller.
That's right. Wow. Think about that.
Fothergill has 3 of the largest 7 fish today.
Wow. And interesting, you look how it's slicked off. You see Lee Livesay throwing moving baits, bladed jig with a 6 cents flush on it, swim baits.
They've been better than I could have ever asked for. Morning was a little slow. We went to the area where I caught them yesterday, and I was kind of expecting that. I feel like myself and a few other boats in there that did well kind of ran it dry a little bit. So, but I had to go in there. I saw some big ones that I couldn't get to bite. So we spent 2 hours or so in there. It just wasn't happening. And we came to one of my other areas that had a direct wind yesterday, so I couldn't fish it. And it's paid off in a big way. I've caught 4 great big ones, and I just upgraded my little spot I caught this morning with a 3 3/4 pounder. So, I mean, with that 3 3/4, there's still lots of room to grow, which is kind of crazy to say, but this is the first day we've had no wind, and what I'm seeing is these fish are like literally inches to 3 feet under the surface. And you know, it makes it super easy for me to see them on scope. They're not necessarily easy to catch when they're like that, but you just gotta be careful when you're casting. You don't want to spook them and that sort of thing, because they're super spooky. I've also been throwing a 3/32 Nico. I went to a 1/32. But yeah, it's the same pattern. They're just on the surface today, which is pretty cool. It's easy for me to pick them off. So I'm just running the last deep water going into these spawning pockets. As you can see, there's beautiful grass in the back of this, and this is just staging areas. There's a hard point right here, and there's a channel swing right on these trees with a good hard bottom, and it's just a beautiful pre-spawn setup. So, and a lot of them are, even though they're on the surface, they're so close to the tree still, they're hard to see. So just got to take my time and hopefully get one more big one before the day's over, and we'd be sitting in a real good spot.
He's already sitting in a really good
pretty
spot.
decent
with
spot.
28 pound bag. Yeah, all he needs is a 5-pounder to call out the 313, and he's going to hit that 30-pound bag.
And really, for our viewers on Fox, to kind of describe what he's saying, a lot of his fish coming on a suspending jerkbait when we had all that wind yesterday. he's not actually seeing these fish with his eyes. He's seeing with his forward-facing sonar. And basically what that sonar does, it shoots out from his boat, basically pans around. It's like a spotlight in the dark. It's a spotlight underwater targeting individual bass. Doing a lot of work today on that suspending jerkbait, but when it calmed down, that finesse worm definitely doing big work. And he caught a lot of that finesse worm yesterday in 3 to 5 foot waves.
You and Davey grilled him pretty heavily on his front-facing sonar skills, and he told you a big purpose of that tool is to identify off-species fish from real ones, and he has a way of doing it by making them bite at it.
Yeah, what he'll do, and actually in practice, he will make casts and obviously not try to hook them, but he said if I get them to go vertical or go down on these submerged trees, I know they are a bass. If they get fidgety, and he said they'll show you a different movement than a carp or a drum. They'll move faster to where a trash fish will dart. It's very interesting to describe. Knowing the speed tells him the species.
Yeah. Pretty handy skill to have.
There we go. I see a couple. Maybe not. These ones are 10 feet down. Everything's been so high. Has me hesitant that these are bass. Is my screen on live? Is my screen on live? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Uh-oh, he's going out. That's a bass.
Guys, we talk about Lee Livesay making a move right there just a couple minutes ago to get out of there. He is one of our favorites in our tournament. As I bring it over to the Yokohama Tires screen of knowledge, wanted to run down some of those favorites because oftentimes, at least the first 40 years of the Classic, if you were the local favorite, you didn't do well. If it was your home body water, you didn't do well. But when you, the last 10 years or so, this tournament has definitely become a local advantage at times, and our couple locals or strong favorites. So I'll go through here for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Lee Livesay and Chris Zaldain were dubbed as the two closest anglers to this body of water. Both of them great days yesterday. 5th for Livesay, 13th for Zaldain, both with acceptable weights to still win this tournament. And another favorite, not because of proximity to this place, but the way it's fishing, style of fishing, power fishing, shallower, but still a little bit off the bank. Greg Hackney, and being the most seasoned, 19 classics for Greg Hackney, the only one with more than 10 in our field. He was also on people's radars, and he was still in a good position, 17.5 pounds yesterday in the top 20. Gonna get a figure on him. He's 0 on Bass Track right now, but I don't believe that, so we will get that updated in just a few minutes. But falling down a little bit for Zaldain into the mid-teens. Livesay maintaining, going to be in our top 5. So of the favorites, I'm not saying this has been a chalk tournament, guys, but it's right on par with what we expected from some of our competitors.
All right, good stuff. Fantasy situation looking good. If you've got
and reality.
Yeah, fan reality.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And really, if you kind of look at how this tournament has broke down, at least so far, is day number 1 having basically 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. It was all power fishing, big line, moving baits with all of that wind. And as you look at what has happened so far today on day number 2, when the wind has slacked off, basically Finesse 101, looking at that little finesse worm right there with Easton Fothergill. And here's the other thing about this. If you look at how he's fishing that, predominantly, if my arm is a tree, okay, a lot of these bass are very high in the column, a very lightweight, not making a loud splash, a lot of those fish getting it. Now, the negative of how Fothergill is fishing, a lot lighter line than some of your other leaders, so kind of playing with fire in some of those landmines out on Ray Roberts.
Absolutely, timber, a big feature out here. That's something you got to keep in mind. We've seen some battles lost against that timber already during the course of this tournament. I tell you what, things are heating up. The temperature rising here in downtown Fort Worth. That brings out the crowds to the Progressive Tailgate Party, sponsored by Lippert. Something about the Classic, the 55 years of the Classic. Let's just take you on sort of a roller coaster ride through those 54 years, previous years of competition.
If y'all are having trouble figuring out what's going on, you just hold on for the next few minutes, and I'll tell you about the love of my life, bass fishing, championship style.
2 pounds, 11 ounces, Indian champion. Rick Clunn is the man. Let's bring him up here. He is the winner of the Bassmaster Classic. There's your winner right there. He's going to be our winner. Bassmaster Classic champion. The new champion. 10 pounds, 14 ounces, Classic champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your Bassmaster Classic champion.
The Bassmaster Classic champion.
2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Lake Ray Robbins, and this, our fantastic host city of Fort Worth, Texas. So much history here. The old Chisholm Trail where they brought those longhorn cattle up from South Texas and take them to the railhead there in Kansas. And this was an important stop along the way. Beef has made this town. I know you're a fan of that.
Yeah,
Mark.
let's go.
Yes, that's
all
right.
in.
I knew I'd catch your attention.
All you need is a Lipitor. That's all you need. It's a get out of jail. It's a get out of jail free card.
State-of-the-art Dickies Arena is another one of the prominent parts of the landscape here, the skyline, and it is a perfect place to host this spectacle here. All the sound, the fury, the camaraderie of the bass fishing community as they get together once a year to celebrate the sport and to crown, of course, a world champion. Aha. Yes, we are right there down at the bottom of your screen. That's Main Street as it heads into the convention center.
Peter, you love the convention center. You love the expo.
I'm all about this entire program here. We've got parties, we've got convention centers, expos, and incredible fishing and 150,000 people.
You have been to every ICAST ever. This is your first Classic.
It's a huge deal for me.
It's a big deal.
It's blowing my mind. I've never seen anything like it. This is the Super Bowl of fishing with 56 of the best anglers in the world.
All right.
Well, here we go.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Peter.
Yeah, exactly.
Tomorrow's weigh-in, something else. Trey McKinney got his first Classic weigh-in yesterday, and he was the leader when it was all said and done. But today's been a little bit of a different story. But he may be onto something.
Biggin.
I want to be that guy clapping in the background, to be honest. If I could clap here and not make a scene, I would do it.
Wouldn't count that young man out quite
do
yet.
it in a hurry. We got to start going. Another big one. Okay. $4-pounder.
Yeah, that's a 4-pounder all day long.
And some change.
Yeah, it was a little light.
You're always better off undercutting it, you know?
Listen, he's only setting on 2 fish right now, but 2 big ones. The biggest thing is he has adjusted to how he caught them on day 1 with a moving bait, a suspending jerkbait, going to a bigger profile jig, slowing down. Good average, just needs 3 more bites.
Lake could be heating up a little bit. Justin Hamner, a 5-pounder. Tyler Rivette, a 5-pounder. Jordan Lee, a 4.5.
Earlier today, Jay Shakurit.
And really most of his work with a jerkbait, a suspending jerkbait on day one. And like Easton Fothergill, doing a lot of work with a Nico rig worm. This is earlier today. Jay Shakurit, one of the most consistent anglers in the country right now from Wisconsin.
He told us yesterday all the fish he caught seemed to be acting like bed fish.
Yeah, he caught them really shallow yesterday. Could tell he's gotten a little further offshore today. Tommy, you'll find this strange. Jay Shakurit from Wisconsin, a huge Chicago Bears fan.
That's right.
Said nobody ever.
Yeah.
It's a square bass.
Boy, that is how you want them to get it.
That has to be the fattest bass I've ever seen.
Square bass, a mailbox.
I bet you. Is it a keeper?
Jay's having fun, isn't he?
Let's get back out to Robbie Floyd. We said we'd revisit him very quickly. He's moving fast today. He can move around a lot more freely today.
Yes.
Hopefully with less pain. And we understand right now he is with Tyler Rivette. Man from Louisiana. Robbie, what's going on with Tyler?
I am with Tyler Rivette. But see this guy between me and Tyler Rivette, who just caught a 5-pounder. This is Ben Milliken.
Okay.
Ben Milliken's a Nebraska/Texas transplant, and he does not have any kind of information come in today. But while I was in the same area as Ethan, and we have Lee over there, I heard a scream come from Ben Milliken. I'm like, this ain't right. I see no fish. How much do you have, Ben? 21 pounds.
Okay.
How about that?
21 pounds, but no reports. And again, if you have issues out there with cellular service, whatever, I understand it. So I'm telling you right now, we're going to build off to that. And he said he also had a giant one come off earlier. This is a very thick area. A 5-pounder caught there, a 5-pounder caught there, a 6-pounder caught there, and he's got 21 pounds, and nobody knew about it until that loud scream. So guys like this, there's an 8, 9, 10 ready to be had, and I think this area is just really starting to fire up right now. And Lee said he was tired of other people catching them. He's one of these other people.
All right, Robbie, good news right there for Ben Milliken. Had a little bit of a tough go of it on day number one.
There obviously is an area right now of Ray Roberts that is on fire for big ones. And we heard like just the right variables, the variables of grass, rock. And not only that, that area of the lake really ended up staying cleaner than we thought. That water was very pretty this morning.
Well, Milliken had 8 pounds yesterday. 21 could get him near the gut. Top 25.
Got him. That's that one I kept seeing earlier. Oh, got him. All right. There we go. I kept seeing that one earlier, and I was like, man, if I just stay back and cast to it. All right.
John Cox doing what he loves to do. Big pond with a bridge attached to it. It's like saying water is wet. Saying John Cox likes to fish shallow.
I'm doing the same thing that, I've always done, just fish shallow and the week really set up well. We got warm temperatures. We're in the spring of the year, and man, I love just running down the bank. Either casting a spinnerbait or a crankbait, and I had to slow down a little bit, and I had to move offshore a little bit, and I had to move to more about 2.5 to 3 foot of water. To catch the fish today. So it was a little bit different for me, but it worked out really well. Got her that time. There we go. Oh, got him on the jerk shad. There we go. It's a nice one to start off with. Got him in the mouth there.
That is the Progressive Bassmaster Tailgate Party presented by Lippert. One of the big features, kind of started this new tradition last year. Grand Lake in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Very, very popular, even though the weather was not near as nice as it is here. And this place really had a big crowd yesterday afternoon. We expect them to start fogging in anticipation of getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. It's a lot of fun we're having out here. Davey Height back in the seat there, Davey. But I know you've been observing, following along with what's going on. And Easton Fothergill, what he's been able to do today, I mean, he's knocked out the biggest limit and far from done.
It really has. I mean, it's no surprise what an angler Easton Fothergill is, coming up through the ranks. A lot of high expectations. Had a slower start on the elites, but here's what I have noticed today. Obviously, the wind slowed way down. The sun is out. The water temperature's rising. Two things that happen when the water temperatures go up. Oftentimes, and a lot of these anglers are thinking that the fish will go into shallow water, but today they just went up in the water column. Easton Fothergill was catching those fish down around the base of those stumps. He's fishing around the same trees, the same stumps, but instead of those fish moving in for the warm water, they're going straight up, and he figured it out, used a lighter sinker on his Nico rig, able to finesse these fish. Some of the other anglers have not figured that out, and that's exactly why he has caught what he's caught this afternoon.
We started on Fox, and it was an absolute horse race between Lee Livesay, Easton Fothergill, and we're like, man, we have got a race going. And by the time you hit the set, he has unofficially a 10 or 11 pound lead right now. Unreal.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Livesay yesterday showed everybody what can happen in short time. Unfortunately, he was a spectator for that today.
Yeah,
brutal.
that is tough. That is exactly brutal. Well, Sora, as we rearrange our minds in the new reality we're living in after this morning, and especially midday with Easton Fothergill, maybe we can spend a couple of minutes here thinking about how this event came about. It is the biggest single event in the world of fishing, and it started back 55 years ago, that last classic in 1971. B.A.S.S. was brand new. It was growing. Ray Scott envisioned a big-time tournament that eclipsed all the other ones, a major in every way. 24 anglers qualified to fish it. And the thing about it is, they didn't even know where they were headed until the plane they were on reached cruising altitude.
We are right now at 12,000 feet, and we're going to open the envelope and tell you where you're headed. And in here we have the destination. I know all of you have been waiting. You're headed for Lake Mead.
There's something about the mystique of the Classic, and I think it goes way back to the early Ray Scott era. When they put everybody on a plane and went to a lake that nobody knew, and then it was, the tackle restrictions. You could just have 10 pounds of tackle, and we started with 7 rods and things like that. And there's a lot of different championship events out there, but the mystique of the Classic, and I think it's from those early beginnings, has built it to what it is today.
The Classic has always been the most interesting tournament of the year. Like, they used to fly them on planes out to Lake Mead and then put them all in the same boats, and then now it's a lot more of a sustainable model where everybody fishes out of their own personal boats and we go through big arenas, but it's still the event with all the hype, like everybody talks about it, and it's still the one that everybody's paying attention to. That's just what the Classic is, and it's always going to be a career-building event.
I've said this a lot, the Classic means everything. I think that's the reason my career has lasted as long as it has, is because of the Bassmaster Classic. It has that much influence on myself. I can't say what it means for other people, but it's definitely the reason I got into tournament fishing, and it's definitely the reason I'm still tournament fishing.
Take a look at a big part of the Bassmaster Classic experience. The GSM Outdoors presenting the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo. Truly is one of the greatest outdoor shows in the country. You can come in here, all the major manufacturers, some small, little mom and pops as well too. Everything that's coming up in the world of all the different categories, apparel, equipment, rods, reels, moats, motors.
A lot of giveaways in there,
A lot of
Tommy.
giveaways in there, and with sport being, we just mentioned 55 years old, still some of the original heroes are around. You can run into a few of them, shake hands with someone you've idolized all your life.
Free buckets. I had no idea the last decade how popular buckets are. I had
Buckets
no clue.
are essential to
Davey
pick up
loves them.
all that free stuff.
Always has.
Always has, always will. Hey, I saw Jimmy Houston in there a little earlier.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
there's Hank Parker, I'm sure Bill Dance.
Am I hearing rumors of a Deion Sanders presence in the next 24 hours?
I have heard rumor of that.
Prime will be here.
Deion loves buckets. Prime buckets.
Absolutely. Put some branding on there. He would absolutely would represent it.
9-3 this year. He can walk proud through the Bassmaster Classic Expo presented by GSM Outdoors.
Tommy, where does Shedeur Sanders go in the draft?
I'm sorry. Let's get back out on the lake and see if we can run down our leader, Easton Fothergill.
Boy, he has put on a display today. We said his first two Elite Series tournaments, as a rookie on the Elite Series, really, really rough the last month, and said he was just starstruck, and not the case here, the Bassmaster Classic.
With about 53 pounds. He's less than 17 pounds away from the all-time classic weight record for 5-fish limit, 69.11, 2011 from Kevin Van Dam on the Delta, Louisiana.
I don't think she's gonna help. There's two in there. The other one is much, much bigger.
Not help, so that is a good problem to have right there.
Ooh, yeah,
a lot of
place to
anglers
be.
in this field would kill for that bass right now.
Yeah, like 55 others.
Exactly.
We only have 6 limits so far today.
Well, and speaking of that, I got an update on Greg Hackney. 5 fish for 12 pounds. That puts him about 30 pounds, which is right around 10th place right now, halfway through day 2 of competition.
What's your opinion, Ron? Is 30 going to be the number?
No, not at all. I think that, it's definitely, if 20 was a top 10 yesterday, got to be closer to 40.
I really thought I would have got a bite on that little stretch I just fished. I think Schmidt and Corey have been in here, but still, I should have had a bite. Just kind of feeling out for a bite or something new. I'm about to go back and fish that big flat that I fished yesterday for a minute. Just kind of get a rundown on it. See if I can get a bite out there, and I'm going to go to the back. That creek where I saw Cox, not back there where he was, but I'm going to go back in the back of it and fish for a little bit. I caught had 2 really big bites back there in practice, just 2, but that's all I need right now is 2 big bites. Hopefully I'll get one out there on that flat and then one in the back of that other creek. So the bite has died for me for sure. I hadn't caught a good one in a long time. Hadn't even had any bites.
There's 2 of them in there.
Davey, you got to
And it's
practice
just tricky 'cause
with Lee Livesay on their official practice day Wednesday.
Watch the
You can get it in these
Fothergill
trees.
show
You
for a
want to
while.
make a good cast that's not over limbs or anything. Otherwise,
That's about
you're
the
in
most
trouble
action I've had.
when they grab it. They'll get all wrapped up. So.
Yeah, Z, I got a quick story to tell about that too. It's amazing, really. So where Easton is and where Lee was, where it went down for Easton, I was with Lee on the official practice day. We were right in that area, and there was one other boat there. Easton Fothergill.
Really?
Poles down, And his boat looks a lot similar to another angler's boat. We weren't really sure if it was him for sure, but then we got within 75 yards or so, and Easton caught a fish. In practice, you know, they really try to hide that. They don't want to see. And so we're like not looking because you don't want them to see that you see. It's a cat and mouse game for sure. Lee said that kid's scary good.
A little bit.
Wow.
Right in the same spot where he caught what he did today.
Now hold on, I'm on the other side of that. If you're in an area and you also see Lee Livesay, the light bulb goes off. Hey, this might be a deal here.
Yep. 100%.
Sure wish I had that hole to myself at Cox with him.
Not a bass.
Saving point.
Yeah, Easton Fothergill. Great story, coming out of the college ranks and doing something that every college angler dreams of, and that's winning the Classic bracket competition, which secures you a spot in the Bassmaster Classic, and he got that done back in 2023. That's qualifying for last year's 2024 Bassmaster Classic at Tulsa on Grand Lake, and his rise through the ranks has been remarkable.
To represent all the college anglers, it means the world to me. I want to be the person to show them that it's possible. That's the reason I'm here. Winning that college classic bracket tournament is what gave me the opportunity to fish the Bassmaster Opens, which is the reason why I'm here on the Elite Series and in the Bassmaster Classic. So I want to be that kid to show any college, high school, junior kid that it is possible. Just work your way up the ranks, work hard, and your dreams can come true, and I'm living proof of that.
The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us. Still plenty of time left to make big moves. This very important day to make moves. Day number 2, moving day at the Classic. Only 3 days of fishing, and a fish day number 3. You got to move into the top 25.
Definitely do, and we need to see that lead chipped away a little bit here going into championships.
Get a little out of control.
Slow down, boy. Grab some wood.
Wait a minute.
You know, I really think we will.
I do too.
Easton's at a point where it's hard to upgrade. We just saw him catch a fish that 55 other anglers would love to have in their boat. I think we'll see a couple guys shorten that gap.
Yes. Boy, it's like everybody has just totally deserted the west side of Ray Roberts Lake. Going to get out to your day 1 leader right now. Trey McKinney fishing his first Bassmaster Classic. Your day 1 leader had just over 26 pounds. Big stringer. Slow, grimy day today. Switching gears. Throwing a jig really the last hour. 2 good ones in his live well.
All right, let's get it. We got 3 at least. It's a baby, but I'll take it.
Gosh, those are critical bass right now.
Has been a struggle today. Yesterday, it just seemed like everything was so easy.
And really, listening to Trey McKinney, absolutely phenomenal rookie season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Made the comment he just wanted to catch 15 pounds for his first 5. Well, his first 5 weighed about 22 pounds yesterday.
And this morning he said, I need 27 or 28. It has not worked out that way. It's just the opposite both days. But it looked easy for us watching him yesterday from afar. But when we talked to him last night, he admitted, you know, I just didn't want to catch any more 4-pounders. Today, a very different story.
And really seeing him switch gears, predominantly throwing a suspending jerkbait yesterday. A lot more power fishing yesterday, slowing down today. Still it doesn't look like the wheels have come off.
No, they haven't, but it's interesting the adjustment that he and Easton both have made. They both caught a lot of their fish yesterday on suspending jerk baits. Easton, in my opinion, figured it out. Those fish just went up in the water column. Trey has gone shallower, but on the bottom,
Yes.
and you see the difference in success.
He talked to us at length about how he really knew the trees that were going to produce for him. Is he just missing the depth on those same trees? Or?
I do think so, Tommy.
Okay.
And let's not forget, he's an incredible angler. He's 20 years old. It takes him a little longer maybe to adjust sometimes, but hey, he's going to be fine.
Back to Trey McKinney live.
3 in the box, 1 baby. So we really got 2. I think I'm gonna go sit on my timber stretch for the rest of the day. And if I can get a couple more bites, I think I'll at least hang in there. I don't know about keep the lead or nothing, but at least hang in there. That's the main thing. Because if they would have bit today, we'd have a mega bag.
See just a little ripple there on the water now. Could be a big difference, him going back there with a little ripple on the water.
Boy, and using his forward-facing sonar, he's one of the very, very few anglers.
If the fish would have bit today, we'd have had a giant bag. Giant bag. I mean, they're this close to biting. That close. Every time.
Tell he has definitely seen them today.
Yeah. That's why it's hard to think that anglers like him are going to struggle, because he's always looking at a bass when he's making a cast. Always.
Let's make a move from Trey McKinney, who is on the move right now. Back over to Lee Livesay, who's just sort of been a little down as the bite has gone away. That was the last quote we had from him. He's got to do something in order to get it back. Lee Livesay had an up and down day on day number 1 as well. His down part of the day was the first part of the day.
Yes.
It just took him forever to get things rolling.
1 bass in the morning. Lee Livesay was the last boat out on day 1 of this classic. Got to this area, caught that fish, and until 12:45, sat on that one fish and went on a big flurry. Very shallow for Lee Livesay.
Yeah, that was his plan, no doubt. I heard him say 1 time, I probably heard him say 10 times, I'm boat 56, I just need to get comfortable the first morning.
Yes.
That did not happen. It took him until about 1 p.m. to get comfortable. But when he did, he made it happen in a hurry. Jumped all the way up to 2nd place.
Something we have not seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series, a pink bladed jig.
Oh, I've seen it. You know, the bubblegum worm came from the Carolinas.
Stop your mouth. Keep your mouth off me.
I smiled when I saw it in his boat during practice. I said, are you going to really throw that bubblegum vibrating jig?
Well, he's sponsored by Whiskey Myers, and the lead singer, Cody Cannon, not to be a horrible name dropper, said, really? A pink bladed jig? Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Okay.
Definitely not as big as I thought he was.
You know, it is a Bassmaster Classic. You got to do what you got to do.
That's right. Whatever it takes. Back now to Lee live.
And we've seen pink shaded lipless crankbaits work so well in Texas, like a muted red almost, but just not so harsh and abrasive, but just enough tint to it. I guess it's the same type of principle for a bladed jig.
Ronnie, you're the bladed jig kid. Do you throw a pink bladed jig?
I don't own one, but I want to get one now.
Davey, you always hear match the hatch for our viewers here on Fox. What does a pink bladed jig look like? What are we matching?
Good question, Zach.
Gotcha.
Good question.
Oh, man, just kind of getting around where I want to be. Have not had many bites as of late. I just caught a little bitty one in a gar. But this is kind of the zone I want to be in right here. I know it lives out here. Just need to get a bite or two. I need 2 big bites. Got a couple hours to get 2 big magnum bites. Just fishing a big main lake flat. A little millful and some wood. Water's getting warm. Water's 59. They ought to be chewing the paint off a swimmer right now. That's the plan. Keep a swim bait in our hand probably the rest of the day. And just see what we end up doing. I'm gonna stay in this area for about another 100 yards, fish a little wood, and then move on back in another creek. A good little zone right here. Just need to get a bite.
Throwing that swim bait. He's swinging for it.
He really is.
He's swinging for it.
It's no finesse worm for him. Hey, to answer your question real quick, what does a pink bladed jig look like? A mature pink floating worm. That's what it looks like.
You're crazy.
You're so come on now.
Get on now.
Get on now. Well, that's the sign, the scene from above there, a particularly popular part of Lake Ray Roberts, Easton Fothergill, in a particularly great position right now, more than 10 pounds ahead of his nearest rival, Lee Livesay. Trey McKinney, though, some signs of life there, starting to get things started there. We'll stay on that one. Make sure he can sustain what he's got going right now. Corey Johnston, haven't heard from him in a while. John Cox, a couple of good ones. More stories on the way from Lake Ray Roberts.
Hey guys, we're out here in the Progressive Outdoor Tailgate powered by Lippert, and I've got Eric and Addison. And Eric, is this you guys' first Bassmaster Classic? And if so, where are you guys from?
First one ever, and we're from here in Fort Worth.
That's awesome. You guys obviously like fishing, but are you the biggest fisherman in your family, maybe?
I thought I was till this one started this year.
What's your name?
Addison.
Addison. So now you're supposedly the best fisherman or the most avid fisherman. You guys fish adult and child tournaments in Texas or around the country or around the state?
In Texas, by like Fort Worth, like we're going to Waco Lake soon. And I caught the only first bass keeper, so somebody can't catch fish.
Wow, we got a beef first. Okay, so first tournament, you guys have already fished one.
She caught one before I did this year.
Okay, first fish of the year goes to Addison. Eric, you got some work to do, but hey, I appreciate you joining us for your first ever Bassmaster Classic here in Fort Worth. It's a great place to be, and you never know who you'll find out in the Progressive Outdoor Tailgate.
All right. Wow. Fishing brings families together and sometimes exposes beefs among the family members. Not really.
Z and I fished some team tournaments together. Thank you for not calling me out like that, Z. We were always a team.
A team, as always. Boy, we got a long ways to go till the end of tomorrow.
And really, if you look at his catches, he still has some room to grow today. There's potential. He's not quite done yet.
There's a lot of people. I don't know. I think maybe he did call that 113. There's a lot of people hoping he does not grow right now.
With that, taking a look at his smallest fish right now, Easton Fothergill. Originally from Grand Rapids, Minnesota. I think he slinked on down, lives somewhere down in Alabama now, said he likes the warmer weather, does not like the winters, likes the Minnesota Vikings. Marathon peak performance. From student to teacher, you're taking a look at it right there. A huge bag here on day number 2 and a commanding lead. Marathon peak performance, Easton Fothergill. Say it for me, Tommy.
Easton Father, student to teacher. So that's a brilliant subtitle there. Who thought of that? Who wrote that? I want to find out. This is some action earlier today with the young man from Minnesota making his home in Montevallo, Alabama now, as he mentioned.
Yeah, you know, as fishermen, we always think, gosh, you got to get out there early. You got to catch him in the first hour or so of light. But you look at his day today from 10:30 until 11:47.
Yes.
He made it all happen.
Wow.
Very interesting, the point you made. A lot of that surface temperature rising with the warm temps we have.
Let's go.
Getting those fish suspended in that standing timber. Easton Fothergill getting it done. Straight finesse.
And you know, as fishermen, we also like to have areas to ourselves. But if you look what he did with some of the best fishermen in the planet with a lot of experience in Texas, it's even more impressive what he did, what he was able to figure out. It was all about changing the weight in that finesse worm and knowing that those fish had moved to the upper part of the water column.
Yes.
Back to the man who started the day with a lead, not a huge lead, 1 pound. Ahead of Corey Johnston, Trey McKinney.
Well, definitely not what I'm looking for, but.
What did spectator say? Good job, boy.
One at a time.
Better keep an eye on him in the next 45 minutes to an hour. I think we're going to see him shorten that gap.
Definitely started slowing down, fishing a lot slower. Starting to see a little bit more wind now around Trey McKinney. That was so crucial for him on day one of this tournament.
We were on the big ones today. Oh, we've seen them. A lot of them. They just will not freaking bite. It's like they got, oh my.
Yes, sir.
They need to get bigger. I don't know.
They're starting to bite.
Starting to bite.
A little bit of wind in that area is going to make a big difference for him, I think.
Law of average on this lake. If you
One
swat
at a time.
enough
I got 15
times.
pounds.
Move on over to Hunter Shryock. Been a tough day after a great day one for the young man who lives now in Tennessee, but from up in the Great Lakes area from Ohio.
Slow day so far for Hunter Shryock.
Oh, don't do that, fish. Come on.
Looking at one.
Yeah, fish starting to lock onto beds. Visually looking at bass starting to spawn with the warm temperatures.
Okay. Sorry, buddy. In the mouth. Verified. Got him. We caught a bass in the Bassmaster Classic. Goodness gracious. Caught it off bed. Here we go. Carl, here's the run. Everybody else has got 30 pounds. But we caught a fish to take earth. All right, I can catch a bass. Hey, this is what, wouldn't it be cool if we went and caught 25 pounds now? That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool.
Certainly doable. There's no doubt about that. Ran into Hunter a couple of times in all the events leading up to the start of this tournament. He seemed to be very much bubbling over with enthusiasm, in particular for this classic. I think he had a good practice, and I think he had a great outlook to start his day, and it proved out on day one. Back to Hunter live.
Like, what the heck just happened? But those windows,
starting to figure out some of that, like what they're trying to be on, and I haven't. It's like all these little subtle points, and they're spawning, like that fish is spawning on that tree 100%. Probably come back and flip it again. It's got to be a piece of cover like that around those subtle points. And something that someone hasn't fished yet. Thank you, Lord.
So, David, for the folks watching here, it's Bassmaster Classic Day 2. You got out on the water on Wednesday. If you can kind of break down the difference, this like we talked about it, you're looking at a little bit over 29,000 acres. There is a west arm and an east arm.
It's going to start popping for everyone here.
East arm basically has all the attention of your leaders. The difference of why it's so good, hard to get around, a lot more hazards you can see in the background, but you kind of break down the environment.
So the reason it's more difficult to get around, there's more standing timber over on that eastern arm, which it's just more cover for the bass. And you know, for all of the habitat to, you know, there's more habitat for all of the fish, the bait fish, the bass, the bluegill, everything. And then the other thing that is very noticeable is the amount of vegetation that is on that arm. Those drains have a lot of flat areas around them on that eastern side, where on the western side not as much. So water clarity,
this was the time of the day that I had
vegetation,
those 4 bites back
all
there, though.
big keys to being a better population.
I'm waiting for my stuff to start swimming sideways.
So Hunter gets that fish, spawning bass earlier, but all of his fish yesterday, he said, were like this. I was winding a bait.
And a good look at your leader's weaponry right there with the Easton Fothergill.
It makes me wonder too, if I'd have thrown that bladed jig past that tree, if I would have got that bite. I don't think I do. Not today. Keep them both honest, because I think this whole stretch of trees down through here has got them spawning on it, so.
Well, we're getting to that point in the day when the clock starts ticking. On this very, very important day, you got to be at the top 25 at the end of this day, and that's playing in the back of everyone's mind because they want to be in the weigh-in today and do well so they can be in the big weigh-in tomorrow.
This is the 55th edition of the greatest spectacle in all of sport fishing. Are you ready? Who let the hogs out? Trey McKinney. Somebody went to the Piggly Wiggly. 26 pounds, 9 ounces. Jay Shakur. 23 pounds, 7 ounces. Giant bass! 812 and a brand new Mercury Big Bass for John Garrett. Are you kidding me? Brian Schmidt. Ben Milliken.
We got a secret weapon tomorrow, Dave. Pickled quail eggs.
If you catch 25 tomorrow, I'll have one with you. Kyle Patrick.
Being here, seeing my lovely girlfriend, hopefully soon to be fiance. I'm weird, and no one else would date me, ever.
Lee Livesay. 21 pounds, 12 ounces. Let's hear it. Are you ready?
For pro bass anglers, the Classic is the ultimate battleground.
You don't know what you're watching. You're watching the Bassmaster Classic, baby! Yeah! That's the kind of bass that wins the Bassmaster Classic. Yes!
a test of skill, strategy, and mental toughness. For fans and first-time viewers, it's a front row seat to the World Championship of Bass Fishing.
We all love seeing the fans fill the stadium. That's why we do this.
This is where legacies are made and champions are crowned. Welcome to the biggest stage in the sport. This is the Bassmaster Classic.
I mean, I've put so much of my life into it that I might explode. Like just poof, and it's all over.
For every angler who made it here, this is the moment they've dreamed of.
This is the Super Bowl of fishing. This is it. It's been a dream come true for sure.
This is where passion meets competition.
Man, I want to kick your on the lake, and that's who we are. We're kind of like Ray Roberts. We're a little bit rough.
The stage is set. This is the pinnacle of the sport, the World Championship of Bass Fishing.
Oh, it's a special event. There's no doubt about that. 2025.
He's scary.
Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour. He is scary.
He's scary.
He's intimidating.
Yeah,
that's his
on
job.
Listen, on and off the water, it's fair to say.
Our great host city of Fort Worth. What a tremendous town, great sports town, so much history. This is where the West begins, as they always said. And we're on the south part of Main Street right here, right before you get to the convention center. That is the Progressive Bassmaster Tailgate Party presented by Lippert, going strong, including the giant bass that you can go in and set up housekeeping, Ronnie. out on the lake, though, these guys, you know, big fish, it's a big fish lake. It's not like Florida. You can't go lay down a limit, a base. Easy.
Absolutely. It's due out here, but it's do or die out on the water. And I'm at the Yokohama Tires Screen of Knowledge. I wanted to discuss that. If you're picking anglers, every time we set up a lineup and you're picking favorites, it's always with the thought of who's going to win this tournament. But when we think about lower picks or first-time classic qualifiers, how are they going to fare in this event? Well, I put this as for your Falcon rods drain the lake, struggle, success, because it may look good for some, but there was a struggle. Wes Logan represents the highest angler that didn't get a limit, 4 fish for him, 11th place. John Garrett, 21st place, 16 pounds, great weight, but he represents the highest angler with just 3 bass on day 1. And Cody Stahl, if you're below that 10 or 11 pound mark, it's going to be hard for you to win this classic unless you put 2 record-setting days back-to-back, which are possible, but he had the best of the 2 fish anglers in 42nd place. So Wes Logan and John Garrett, even though they didn't catch a limit yesterday and it was a struggle, they did have success, and they are still in the game with 16, 13, and with 20 pounds, 9 ounces. So those are those guys. And then we think about the brothers. These guys are wired the same way, Davey, and when we're doing the TH Marine Pick'em Challenge, which angler do you choose? You don't know which one's going to show up better than the other. Yesterday, it was all the Corey Johnston show. Chris Johnston on the downside of this matchup. We will see which brother comes out on top, and if we have both brothers make the final day, which is always the expectation when Corey and Chris suited up, especially in the Classic.
No doubt about it. Let's take you out about an hour north of Fort Worth, about half the way to Oklahoma. Get back out on Lake Ray Roberts and Corey Johnston. We haven't checked in with Corey for a while. It has been slower than expected today, to say the least.
Corey Johnston only catching 6 fish on day 1 of this tournament. Came out firing earlier this morning. Definitely switch gears from how he caught him on day 1 of this tournament.
Yeah, baby. That'll work. It's been a long time coming, but we'll take it. We will take it.
Really, with those water temps warming right now, we are getting into those magic witching hours on Ray Roberts. Water warming up here. It's getting near 60 degrees.
Yes, I'd say
I was just debating
60,
whether to
maybe
pull
low
the plug.
60s.
Thinking about what to do on that fish bit. Grass and wood.
Good one right there.
Well, you heard Corey say, I was sitting here thinking about what to do when that fish bites right there. Does that mean he gets to stay? Does it mean he's going to continue trying to find something different? Maybe be there when this window that we expect sometime opens up. Robbie, what's your thoughts about it? Is he going to stick it out there for a while since he just caught one, or is he moving on?
Well, I pulled up to him a moment ago. I said, you got 3 instead of 5? He goes, yeah. I said, it was early, and then he had the 1 5-pounder, and sure enough, within the next minute and a half, he catches that fish we just saw. The thing is, I don't see Easton. I don't see Ben. I don't see Tyler Rivette. Everybody. I don't see Lee Livesay. Everybody who was in here is now out, so he's got it to himself. But the thing is, Corey came in here to the deepest part of this pocket, and I was wanting to talk to you all about that, and you talk about how these fish are moving in. He also, I think, is thinking maybe they're moving up in the column. And Ben actually talked to me about that a moment ago. He said, I think that they're moving up. I'm hearing you guys talking about moving them up, but it's the pathway that these things, as they're moving into the back of these pockets, I think is going to be key. Maybe a little back and forth between you and I, because I kept hearing Rivette catch it on the more creek side, on the deeper side. Then in the middle, we hear Easton. Then we hear Ben on here. So all 3 phases are kind of firing right now.
Robbie, if you can walk through, we got to look at Lee Livesay fishing very close to your leader, Easton Fothergill. Looked like they had a big flotilla of spectator boats. What are you seeing out there now, especially with the nice conditions?
0. Everybody's left except for Corey in this particular part. And Easton, I said, I talked to him earlier, and I don't see him. He said he was going to check a spot for tomorrow and leave this spot. But as far as availability, they can move around. Ben was more concerned about all the boats clogging up the entrance to this pocket, because if you have all that boat movement and everything else, those fish might not want to make their way through all that chatter and clatter and get back here in the shallow. So I think he was more concerned about that, but also his ability and everyone's ability to fish some of that deeper stuff, those transition spots, getting to that mid-depth, coming to these very shallow parts. The more crowded it is, the more difficult it is for everybody. And when you have that many anglers in one spot, it's even tougher. And, I've seen so many people in this one spot in the past 2 days.
Quick question for you, Robbie, and I never thought yesterday I would be asking this question in the Bassmaster Classic this week. It seemed to be slick calm there earlier today. Does the little bit of ripple, has it just started to pick up in that area, and now we're seeing Corey Johnston catch those fish, or has that been happening for an hour or two?
No, it's been probably an hour or two. I do see that. I do feel that little bit of ripple. I don't know if it may be switching around from the east. I know we've been dealing with south and west prior. Maybe it is starting to make that switch, because it is supposed to blow as the day progresses. But the thing I heard you talk about a moment ago, everybody always talks about 60 degrees, that magic spot. I was here on the first day, and I saw 53. When I was on Eagle Mountain at the Celebrity Pro-Am, I was seeing 57. Right now, I've seen a change from 53 to almost dead money on 60. So we're hitting that magic spot at the right time. Tomorrow, 30-pound bag. It's going to happen. I'm going to say right now, out of one of our top 25.
All right. We're going to hold you to it, Robbie. Thank you very much right there. Good job, Robbie. Staying on top of it. He'll keep out there till the bitter end of the fishing today. There is no question. Let's get back to Hunter Shryock. Things starting to happen for Hunter after a brutally slow first 2/3 of his day.
The frickin', what is it? What is going? It's a Bassmaster Classic, baby. Let's go. Gosh almighty. What did I just say? I said if I catch one more, I'd feel pretty good. Hey guys, I probably need to pick up a flipping stick, because if they're going to be like that, we're going to catch a couple. That's what it's all about.
That's 2 or 3?
That's drama.
Is that 2-pounder or 3-pounder?
I think that's a 3. 3.5 inch Berkeley tube.
Hunter Shryock would certainly like to get back into the top 10, but the main thing is to hold his spot there just under it, because top 25 is what it's all about. It's one step at a time. make sure you are in that cut for tomorrow. And Hunter made some important strides in that direction with those last couple of fish he's brought in.
We've seen several anglers just in the last 30 minutes or so that struggled to catch 2 bass in the first half of the day, catch 2 or 3.
Easton Fothergill still the mighty lead over Trey McKinney as it stands right now. Lee Livesay down in 3rd place. Corey Johnston, John Cox. Corey just caught one a little bit ago. Brandon Lester, Jochimson, Shakurit, Fujita, and Martin round up Scott Martin in 10th place as it stands right now. Spring football is back with the UFL kickoff weekend starting Friday as St. Louis takes on Houston at 8 p.m. Eastern. Then Saturday, it's San Antonio versus Arlington at 4 Eastern, all on Fox. Arlington just down the road where we are here in Fort Worth. And Fort Worth, our tremendous host city, and there is that playing field that has been so alternately difficult to figure out and rewarding at other times. Lake Ray Roberts is just a great spot to contest this battle of the best in the business for the top spot in the world of bass fishing. There's a view of our spot. We're down there somewhere under that stage right there. Earlier in the week, we had went to another lake on the Trinity River drainage there, Eagle Mountain Lake, not too far, even closer to Fort Worth than Ray Roberts is, and had a lot of celebrity teams. A celebrity teamed up with a Bass Pro, Bassmaster Elite Series mostly, and man, they caught them out there. I mean, there were some big ones, and they got a taste of the weather that these pros are dealing with in the Bassmaster and the Bassmaster Classic. But undaunted, they all stayed in the game. And there is your winning team right there. Oh, yes. Emil and Lavelle getting it done out there. And also one of the contestants out there, the one who caught the double-digit bass. Brandon Polinick joins us. What were you doing out there catching double-digit fish?
Oh, man, I'd never been on that lake before, and it was amazing. I caught a 10-pound, 12-ounce bass. It's the 3rd biggest one I've ever caught in my life. Caught it on an 8-inch Megabass Meg draft. You could barely see that 8-inch swim bait in the back of her throat. Amazing bite.
I'd love to see a picture of that. I'm sure I will at some point. Though.
Oh, yeah.
I can look it up right now. Great to have you with us here. You started out your career with us on TV.
Yeah.
Actually, before that, being the Bass Nation National Champion, you turned that into a great appearance at your very first Classic, went on to a great career, including 2 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles.
Yeah.
You don't have very many more mountains to conquer out here, but I wish you were out there trying to conquer the final one here at the Classic this time, but it was not to be this past year.
Yeah, I wish that I was out there, obviously, you know, and I feel that pressure that, you know, some of the young guys like Easton Fothergill and stuff, you know, I was 23 years old at my first Bassmaster Classic. It was my first pro event. Nobody knew who I was. You know, no one could even pronounce my last name at that point. So we've came a long ways, and it's an amazing event. You know, this is the first one I've missed, and I believe everything happens for a reason. You know, Celebrity Pro-Am, I got to fish with Heavy D from the Diesel Brothers, made that connection.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, just incredible. You know, I've got to see a lot of the fans this week and everything and make those connections. So it's cool. I'm excited to see how this one's going to end up.
All right.
It's been a real treat watching you fish and everything you do. You know, coincidentally, I know your sister's husband. We fished together, you know, Kurt and Cody, and I know you do a lot of all kinds of fishing. But when I saw you for the first time in the Redfish Cup, like really watching and commentating, just your style and everything you did was so precision-like, and what you're doing for the sport, I feel, is so wonderful. Everyone speaks so highly about you, and you're creative, you're patient, you have everything it takes, and that's why you're sitting here doing what you're doing, and you're meeting the fans, and you're having these great relationships with these big sponsors, and it's just great. I mean, and then when watching you in Okeechobee, going 9, 9, 7, fish flying in the boat. You're like, what is happening?
Yeah.
I mean, you're just an incredible fisherman with patience and confidence, and you just keep going and rolling along with it. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be sitting here at the Classic, just with everything you've been doing? I mean,
it's a bittersweet thing, right? Because the 8-year-old me that wanted to fish for a living would be super pumped up to be here. And I am, at 37, I am excited to be here. But, man, I was doing really, really well, and then they blasted off that first day, and I was not at blast off. That was kind of the moment where I was like, oh, that was a gut punch a little bit, and then I got over it, and had 2 super good days at the expo so far. Fans have been busy, so that's been keeping me busy.
Well, you had a great career, and now the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. I remember 2012 sitting in a boat with Mark Zona up on Bull Shoals. You fishing that submerged old Highway 14 bridge, knocking out your first win up there. That was an eventful week, including a trip to the hospital. And then it's just any part of the country, you've been able to knock out wins. That sort of versatility, something you got to be proud of.
Yeah, that's what it takes, to stick around like I have for the 15 years. You have to be versatile at this point, and it's ever-changing, new techniques, new technologies coming out. I think that's one of the things I'm most proud of is that I haven't just been a one-trick pony. I've been able to catch them doing a lot of different things.
Give us some of your thoughts about this next generation, the McKinneys, the Eastern Fothergill, and their skill sets with these things. It's just remarkable how good they are at such a young age.
There's so much information out there now, right, between Bassmaster.com, the magazine, all these things. Since they were born, they've had access to information that, a lot of us didn't have growing up. So it's shortened that learning curve. I've been able to spend some time with Easton, and so it's no surprise to me that he's catching them as good as he is.
We got him hooked up right now. This is live.
Take it for us, Brandon. What's going on here? What's he feeling?
I mean, those are the moments we live for, right there. He's already got a big bag today. His smallest fish is 313. Oh. I mean,
it's staying close.
He's in the zone. And he showed us last year winning 2 Bassmaster Opens.
All big.
He fished the Classic last year. He won the College National Championship. He has proven that he is competitive at all levels. I know he hasn't shown it the first 2 elite events. He's showing out this week at the Classic.
Absolutely. Great credentials coming in here. We asked him about his start to the season. He says, I got down to Florida, and I just got starstruck and spun out.
Yep.
And that happens, I guess.
Yeah, and I called him. I called him after those first 2 events, and I said, hey, look, I know you are better than what you're showing on paper. These 2 tournaments do not define you. You're only as good as your last cast. The Classic can change everything, and it's pretty ironic to see what he's doing.
Heart.
And the thing that I love here is that, I haven't got to watch all the Bassmaster live, but I've seen him with a spinning rod in his hand a lot.
That guy just
he just caught that one on a bait caster.
Got a good one on a jig.
There you go. On a jig, he's switching things up.
So thick, now, Brandon, I couldn't get my Nico to him, but there was like 8 of them on it.
These moments, when they swing them in, when you're swinging a fish in, how do you know?
There's 2 other trees here I've already seen fish on, so.
Just that's going to stay in when you
swing
them in the boat?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, the big thing is, he's not going to do it on a spinning rod. He's got lighter line. A big football jig, single hook. He's probably got minimum 15, possibly 20-pound test on there. He feels confident that when that fish is hooked, he can boat flip them in the boat, and it just gives them less chances to flop around, get buried. And especially here where you've got a lot of flooded timber and stuff, you don't know what's right below the boat. There could be a tree there that you don't see. So if you get those fish up and you're able to get them in the boat, you take advantage of that.
That went in as a 410. He's got 28 pounds, 12 ounces, total of 53.11, 12-pound lead on second place.
And he is on pace to break the all-time Bassmaster Classic record.
Danger. Absolutely.
He is on pace. I believe it's like 68 something.
69.11.
69.11.
He's got 53.11. Yep. So he needs 16 pounds tomorrow.
He is on pace.
He could be a little bit low today too.
Yep. Yeah. It's just we don't know what's going to happen, right? I mean, I think we get a wind direction change again tomorrow.
We do. It's a little more easterly, northeasterly at some point in the day.
But I do believe he has done his damage in 2 different places between day 1 and day 2.
He has, and he said after the weigh-in yesterday, he had 4 more places than where he caught him on day 1. So he's still got unexplored territory out there to check out.
It's supposed to blow about 15, 16 in the morning, BP, so at launch.
Yeah, but if he's caught him in 2 different areas, and he's got more areas beyond that, I'm pretty sure he's a smart enough. I'm going to call him a kid. He is smart enough to know that there's going to be different wind directions. He's going to have places that are going to be protected enough, and I think that makes him dangerous. To be able to make those adjustments, and he's proven, like that he knows how to make those adjustments.
Oh, he has. Yeah, he's a very talented young man. We'll throw it right now to another talented young man. He's right next door to us here in the Expo, the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo, presented by GSM Outdoors. That is Ronnie Moore. He's got himself a special guest, and we're going to cut to him just right immediately. Let's go to Ronnie right now.
Hey guys, we're in the Bass Pro Shops booth with one of the most beloved anglers in the sport of fishing, Christine Fisher. If you don't know her, you'll see her on the Opens, you'll see her in the Kayak Series. So Christine, you got a loaded schedule for 2025. You're fishing everywhere and everything.
Yeah, Ronnie, it's been crazy trying to lug my Ranger across the country and fish the kayak tournaments. It's been a logistical challenge, I would say, but I love it. I made up with it. I've had an awesome time. I'm excited to fish the Open. It's been a dream of mine since I started competitive fishing. So it's been incredible, and I'm making it work.
You're one of the leaders. I guess everyone who goes through the door first gets a little bloody or takes the brunt of the deal, but you have been one of the hard chargers in the sport of fishing for female anglers. There have been great people like Pam Martin Wells before you, and you were taking that baton and running with it. Companies like Bass Pro Shops, Toyota, so many others, Bassmaster has helped propel that. Tell me about your Bassmaster experience over the last 2 years.
Yeah, well, you said it best, Ronnie. I first of all, extremely grateful for the women that have paved the way. We couldn't do it without them, and we couldn't do it without brands like Toyota, like Bassmaster, like Bass Pro Shops. The fact that these companies are taking notice of women in fishing, and it's a passion of theirs, just like it is mine, to get more women into the sport. I think all of us could agree that we want so badly to see a gal walk across the classic stage. We want to see a woman qualify for the elites. That is my biggest dream, and I hope it happens in my lifetime. And we couldn't do it without the support. So it takes a family to make this thing happen, and just seeing all these little girls here with their jerseys fishing in high school, fishing in college, I get goosebumps talking about it, and it's the most exciting thing, and I know that we're going to see some big things happen and continue to happen.
Well, I know you don't like to take the easy way, and anything you do, you're going to challenge yourself, and you're fishing Clarks Hill, Tom Bigby, Upper Chesapeake, and the St. Lawrence this year, so you can catch her on Division I of the Opens and all the Bassmaster Kayak Series events, and on social media, leading the charge for females in fishing. Christine Fisher hanging out with us in the Bass Pro Shops booth. Back to y'all.
All right, thank you, Ronnie and Christine. There in the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic Expo, Outdoors Expo, presented by GSM Outdoors. Easton Fothergill still now extending that lead more and more. Yes, that record for 3 days of fishing at the Classic is in grave danger as it stands right now. Trey McKinney fighting his way back up into second place, but still got a lot of ground to make up against our leader. Things are changing, but we still have a giant lead.
Welcome from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, Easton Fothergill. Oh boy, he went to work.
Day one at the weigh-in with Easton Fothergill. Easton Fothergill fishing his second Bassmaster Classic, qualified for his first one while he was still in college, and acquitted himself quite well in Tulsa and got off to a great start here. And a giant bag of fish, 24 pounds and 15 ounces for this young man.
And today, even
today he's got
that.
way more than that, that's for sure. Oh my goodness, are they going to be able to run him down today? Running him down today is going to be hard. Of course, they got another day coming up. Easton will be probably leading the way on that one, although you never know what's likely to happen in the last couple of hours of fishing out here. With 10 anglers all day long, that's how they're situated. All of them in the east arm of the lake, the most popular, most timber. Timber, very important part of the formula for Easton Fothergill.
So I'm seeing quite a few fish back here, but they're not being easy to get to bite, but they're also not quite the size I'm looking for with the bag I have. I'm just basically looking for a giant right now to throw at, and that's it. So just because I don't want to burn more fish for tomorrow, but definitely found another area to add to the milk run for tomorrow, which feels really good. So, but same deal's going on. The wind's picking up, so I'm curious to see if they'll drop in the water column.
Not a bad problem
just
to
because
have.
they've been so high today, higher than they've been all week.
Call of 4.8.
I guess if that happens, that'll confirm the fact that it was because of the calm that they're so high in the water column. So, but couldn't be happier. I've had a lot of fun today.
Easton Fothergill's been blowing and going all day long. Trey McKinney's had to play catch-up today. Very, very slow start. Something that no one was expecting after the display he put on yesterday.
Well, right now we're in our, I feel like my biggest fish area. And right now, since we don't have very much, I'm just trying to just get 1 or 2 more bites that maybe will be big and carry us through. That's the main game plan right now. But if that don't work, then I think I'm gonna stay here the rest of the day, either way. So hopefully it does work. I mean, there's still fish in the area. I already had 3 or 4 just giants come up and look at it, but nobody wanted to play.
Well, we were a little concerned there for a minute. He had no fish for quite a while, and all of a sudden he started knocking them out a 5, a 4, a 2, a 1, and a 1.5, you know.
6 pluses.
Lee Livesay told us a few minutes ago, got to have 2 more big ones.
Oh, man, it is 135. I just lost about a 6-pounder a couple minutes ago, a little while ago, but Minute Creek, we don't get a lot of bites unless you're John is, but just, I don't know. I mean, I want to stay in here and just grind because they're big when you catch them in here, but literally you get 1 or 2 bites in this section of this creek usually, and I've lost the one I had.
A little bit so that Brandon Polinick, Lee and Easton were in the same area when Easton was doing most of his work. So Lee witnessed most of that, and he said, you know, I'm getting a little bit tired of seeing this.
Yeah. Update is it's still a grind. Bites are few and far between, and just trying to figure out what I got to do in the next, I don't know, next 2 hours here, and I need to put myself in an area where there's some fish I feel like and grind and try and get 1 or 2 more 5 or 6 pounders and get back in the hunt here. It's slow, but I don't know enough water on this lake. That's the problem. It's very hard to navigate when you don't know it, so you waste a ton of time just driving around, and I feel like if I go looking for new stuff right now, I'm gonna waste a lot of time. I'm gonna probably fish a bunch of water that's unproductive. So I think the best bet for me right now is getting in bigger area, some grass, and just grind for the next 2 hours and try and get 2 big ones.
All right, navigation certainly a concern for everybody. Always when you come to most of these Texas lakes, there's so much timber in there, and it blows usually in Texas. Whoa. But up on Eagle Mountain Lake, not a problem for our own Brandon Polinick. Brandon, tell me about catching this double-digit giant.
You know, the Texas wind showed out that day like it has been, and we were pretty limited on where we could fish, and I kind of tucked away back in this marina around a break wall, and I got this bite. I threw my Meg Draft, big 8-inch swim bait, past the corner of this slip, and I was just slow rolling it back, and she came, I mean, engulfed the entire 8-inch swim bait, and it blew my mind, right? We had the slow-mo camera just showed up, like everything that was needed to happen happened in that moment. And the crazy part was I missed one about the same size on the very next boat slip over.
Oh, come on. No, really?
So I mean, I could have been double fisting 10
what is it with you with these giant fish? How does it compare to you being a kid, probably with a cell phone, and holding your fish and giving your own, because you're fishing by yourself, and now you got 4K cameras all over you from above, and this boat and that boat? How does that feel? That's got to feel great.
I mean, I love it because I love to share the experience, right? I mean, I love people to be able to see that. I love to be able to relive it, not just in my mind, but be able to, you know, watch the footage from those fish, which is amazing. It's super fun to do. This last month I've caught more big ones than I've ever caught in my life, I feel like. And when it rolls that way, you just roll with it and keep going.
Yeah, you're becoming sort of a regular on the celebrity pro-am circuit. You fish the redfish with us, and everybody wants to fish with Brandon Polinick. I mean, you get an instant invite anytime one of these tournaments pops up.
10-pounders go a long ways.
Your image is being further burnished here. It's really, really good work there. And again, I want to say quick congratulations on a dominating performance on Lake Okeechobee.
Yeah, thank you.
You and 4 other anglers, and they had to sit and watch you do some stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
You were gracious with them. Everyone shared the space, and it was just a very pleasurable experience to watch that, and very impressive to see what you were able to catch.
Thank you. Yeah, Okeechobee, those guys made it fun, at Okeechobee. Obviously, I would have loved to have had it to myself just to see how much damage I could have done, but it made it a really fun week. And Okeechobee's always been kind of my arch nemesis in my career. When I won my first AOI in 2017, I think I finished 104th or 105th at that event. And so to get a win at a place like that has had my number, it was good to get a little bit of revenge on that place and catch him doing something that I love to do, right? I won my first tournament at Bull Shoals throwing a crankbait. To be able to come full circle and win my latest event throwing a crankbait is pretty dang fun.
And it just showed so much perseverance and so much calmness and just your ability to sit there. You knew they were there. You were seeing them everywhere. You knew at some point they were going to light up, and everybody left, and you're like, I know they're here. It's going to happen.
Yeah. 2 things led to that. One, a little bit of age and wisdom. I couldn't have done that early in my career. And 2, probably most importantly, I had nothing else. I had nothing else to go to. So by default, I sat there. I'm like, this is the best thing I got.
Didn't waste time running around. That's an important thing. Brandon, thank you so much. I know you got to get back in the expo and
Appreciate you
get
guys.
mobbed by the fans as always. So that's we want to make room for that. But thanks for making some time for us today.
Appreciate you guys coming. Can't wait to watch this leaderboard shake up.
Me too.
Hey, if you ever want to go sail fishing with me in Miami, here's another invite.
The great Brandon Polnick with us on the set. Always a treat. Easton Fothergill treating us to a dominating display of bass fishing today. Day number 2 of the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, and the weigh-in is getting closer. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. We're getting into the final hour and a half, 2 hours of fishing, depending on what flight you're in, among the 56 anglers who've qualified for this very valuable opportunity, a chance to fish for the World Championship. You got to fish it like it's the only chance you'll ever get, because nothing is guaranteed. Let's take a look at what we have seen so far today with our Yamaha Midday Report. I believe we're going to start it off with Mr. Corey Johnston. Corey, very impressive yesterday, Davey Height.
Yeah, he has been ever since he's been on the Bassmaster Elite Series trail. He's had some good finishes in the Classic, but he started out this morning about 2nd place, I think. He fell down a little bit, currently unofficially in 4th place, 39 pounds, 12 ounces. Caught most of his fish yesterday fishing extremely shallow water, flipping a jig, a 7/16 ounce jig, he said, from 18 inches to 6 inches of water. We have not seen him do that a lot today. The wind direction is different. When we did have a little wind, it's been so calm most of the day today. But Corey Johnston mixing it up, hoping to put a big one in the live well and move up a little closer to Easton Fothergill, who has extended that lead this afternoon.
Corey just has 4 fish.
4 fish as it stands right now, looking to be the 2nd Canadian to win the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Open. Jeff Gustafson did it back in 23.
And the anglers with 4 fish, or even the anglers like Trey and Lee that have a real small fish in their live well, catching a 7 or 8 pounder, which we know that's certainly possible here, will go a long, long way.
You rode all through practice with Lee Livesay, Davey Height, and coming into this one, he had some apprehensions about fishing in crowds, fishing around other people. Everyone wanted to be where Lee Livesay was.
Absolutely. Lee Livesay, a lot of pressure here in his home state of Texas. He won his first major tournament here on this lake, so a lot of added pressure for a lot of different reasons. He's been fishing the elites long enough. He's made his living primarily from bass fishing tournaments for a long enough time that he can smell that trophy that someone will hold over their heads tomorrow afternoon. Lee Livesay said, the wind has really hurt me so much because it has put anglers in the areas that I plan to fish. They've just kind of been getting out of the wind, in his opinion, and has actually opened their eyes to some very shallow vegetation where Lee Livesay planned to spend most of his day. And honestly, today, it's just been an eye-opening experience for Lee Livesay being around Easton Fothergill and seeing that 45-minute window that Easton had that really has separated him from the rest of the field.
Trey McKinney, what a day on day number 1. For 26 pounds, and Trey McKinney just could not get it started on that anywhere near that same pathway today.
Yeah, you have to look there. Currently, unofficially in second place, 41 pounds, 9 ounces. To be honest with you, Tommy, after talking to him last night and after watching him all day yesterday, I thought he would be at the 41-pound mark at about 10 o'clock this morning, and I'm sure he did too. It's been a much slower day than Trey or most of the people that have followed Trey in his young career would have thought. He made it look so easy yesterday, and then after talking with him, it was just that easy for him. He lost his electronics with 2.5 hours left to fish. Oh, don't worry, I'll just go throw a jig around a little bit. I'm fine. But today, I'm sure he'd love to have some of those fish he passed on yesterday.
Absolutely, and here's the man of the hour, Eastern Fothergill today. A great day, number 1. But it pales in comparison to what he's been able to do out there today.
The old saying, good guys finish last, is definitely not a truth. We're far from being finished, but Eastern Fothergill, just a bright young star in our sport, a good young man to talk to, well-spoken, very thankful of where he's at, the stage he's on. I don't think he expected to be leading this event at this point, but he has, and he's just simply outfished a lot of the other anglers that he's been around. He's not had a secret little place. You see in all these little clips of his fish catches, there's multiple boats around him, and he has done a great job following those fish as they've moved today. They were close to the bottom yesterday. He talked to us in detail about, I'm fishing a little deeper than most people, and they're on the bottom around these trees. Today, most of the fish he has put in the boat have been in the upper, let's see, 18 inches of the water column.
So he's adapted and he's cracked a code and he's sticking with it.
Yes, he absolutely has. And now kudos to him. Like I say, it's not like he's just found this magical place and had it all to himself. He's simply outfished some really, really good anglers that have been around him all day.
And that is your Yamaha Midday Report. That's what we have seen so far, and all these guys so excited, so anxious about their performance today and yesterday as well, because changes your life to win a Bassmaster Classic. You cannot imagine how important it is to these young anglers.
15 pounds, 13 ounces, and 2024 is Hamner time!
What a story. Last year's champion, Justin Hamner, cutting grass at the University of Alabama, but a good fishing career underway. Had finished 4th at his only other classic. He proved he's had the potential to get there. And boy, when he got to Tulsa, Oklahoma, he locked it down.
Just the emotions and stuff this brings. What just happened to our lives? How tough it's been. I mean, no. I was fishing opens. I was scrounging around trying to find change under my seat because I didn't make a check at one of the opens just so I could buy a $1 cheeseburger from McDonald's. Freaking crazy.
Oh man, the epitome of how it changes everything immediately. One way in.
Yeah, it truly does. And I mean, first prize, $300,000, that's certainly great. But that trophy and having your name on that trophy forever changes any bass fisherman's life.
Something they can never take away from you. Your name is etched in the history books in big, big letters. Something to treasure and a wonderful opportunity just to be able to qualify for this event, but to win one, super special.
And the emotions run so high in all these events from start to finish, and when you pump that trophy there, I mean, it's all tears. Everybody in the arena, even including us as announcers.
And so much respect among competitors. Everyone in the field will congratulate. They will host him that night, a champion party. I mean, everyone looks up to the person who will represent our sport and be the world champion for at least a year.
Weigh-in begins at 4:15 Eastern Time here in Fort Worth. You can catch that action on Bassmaster.com. All the pageantry and all the ceremony, the tradition celebrated at the sort of old home week for everyone who loves bass fishing, who participates in bass fishing, or they're bass fishing fans. Tends to turn up here at the Bassmaster Classic, and Dickies Arena will take them all in and give them a great time, and you can be a part of it as well. Trinity River in the background there, and we look at that leaderboard as it stands right now, getting closer and closer to weigh-in time, and Easton Fothergill having laid down a big day and put the record for 3 days of fishing in a Bassmaster Classic very much in jeopardy. We won't know till the end of the day tomorrow, but boy, it's looking pretty shaky. That one may rewrite some record book stuff in a big way very early on tomorrow. There's a possibility of that. Trey McKinney in second place, and that's how the rest of our 10 anglers we're with today are situated in the east arm. Got a little more time for fishing here. There's going to be a good bit of time for the anglers. Some of them have as much as an hour or more.
Giant.
Hunter Schreier.
We ain't playing this game. We just put a flip up. That's what we came in here for. Let me see that bad boy.
Last night at the weigh-in, he said he wanted to throw some heavy string and he wanted to rip their faces off. He did just that.
Fiver or sixer?
I think it's a 6. Last time my dad watched me weigh in a fish, it was here.
A lot of emotions in this event. That's just his fourth fish, and you can just see he's thinking about his whole life of fishing.
What a moment. Hunter Schreier. That's a big move right there as well.
Oh, yes.
Really solidifies, puts him probably back in the top 10.
He had 0 at like 11 o'clock.
Tough
puts him
day.
right back in the hunt.
Turned it around. Yeah, he is understandably overwhelmed because of the gravity of the moment, the importance of this event. We have seen some great performances today. We've seen some disappointing days unfold for some of our anglers who did very well on day number 1. Such is the case every time we get together for this one-of-a-kind event. They're all thankful for the chance to be here. They're all ready to push on all the way to weigh-in time today, and who knows what may transpire in that final hour and more of fishing.
Great point. And if you watch the Bassmasters very much on TV, you understand that those are estimated weights. That bass track is not always reliable.
No.
It's just a good, idea of what we think these anglers have. If you're in the Fort Worth area, come out to the weigh-in. I guarantee you there will be surprises, not only from us just not having the weights right for some anglers, but there'll be some big fish caught in the last hour.
Been so great having you with us here today for our live coverage of the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour. Tomorrow, coverage begins right here again on Fox at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And tomorrow, it's for all the marbles. 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Fox. Yeah, second day. 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic here. The hours are winding down, getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. Easton Fothergill, huge lead over Trey McKinney right now. Lee Livesay in third place. Corey Johnston hanging in there in the top 5. He's been able to do that pretty much all day. John Cox making some moves today. Getting a little traction out there. Drew Benton had fallen out of the top 10 fairly early on today. It was slow going for Drew Benton. Let's get out to him right now. Check in.
Stay on, baby. Not a big one, but one I need. All right, number 5. Rive scoped him. This game peeing. They are not far from it.
One more look at it. Drew Benton's supposed to see him with the naked eye, as we say in Arkansas. David.
Did you catch the tone of live scoping? Like, I don't know if he was shocked or he was trying to let everyone watching know that they should be shocked that he would live scoping one.
Got another one.
Wow.
All right. He's an expert now, live scoping.
About the same size. Dude, they're fixing to start spawning. Same type deal, just on a little piece of isolated. Something other off the bank.
Perfect picture there of what Drew Benton's been doing in this tournament. Those banks with more slope, not quite a 45 degree, about a 30 degree angle coming off, and isolated pieces of cover along the shoreline.
All right, I'm gonna have to do some figuring out.
Let's get over to Corey Johnston. Hanging in there in the top 5 today. Just hasn't run across anything giant.
Come here, you little bugger. Hopefully it's 14 inches. Pretty sure he was on a bed. It's 5 anyways. Let's get rid of him. The thing come up and nipped the chatterbait.
So great you're able to be with us for these last few minutes of live coverage here on Bassmaster.com. Peter Miller, Davey Hite, Tommy Sanders here with you, and let's catch you up to what we have seen. We've been on watching this thing all day long. We'll start out with Corey Johnston.
Yeah, good transition into the Toyota Midday Report. We just saw Corey Johnston put his 5th fish in the live well. Took a lot longer than we expected for Corey. Here's what I have learned by watching Corey Johnston. He is, if not the most versatile, certainly one of the most versatile anglers that I have ever seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You know, he and his brother from Canada, they were big smallmouth guys, but it is incredible how versatile. Flipping stick, spinning rod, everything in between. Corey Johnston currently unofficially in 4th place, 39 pounds, 12 ounces. Hopefully he can replace that one he just caught that was only about 14.5 inches long.
Got a little bit of a spoiler alert. His brother's making moves up the leaderboard. In fact, inhabiting the top 10 for a few minutes here. So we'll see how that works out. Brother Chris.
Yeah, Chris and Corey, they love having fun, smack talking one another, so to speak. Corey was really excited yesterday. He said, now that Chris did so bad, I get all his stuff. This afternoon, I'm sure Corey's going to say, it's no wonder you didn't catch anything. Your stuff was junk.
Brotherly love. Here's Trey McKinney.
Let's go.
Yeah, probably the biggest surprise, I know for me personally today, is seeing how tough it has been for Trey McKinney, because yesterday it was anything but difficult for him. Had a great day, and honestly probably put it in neutral, so to speak, about midday, was still able to upgrade. We talked to him last night. He said, yeah, I just didn't want to catch any more of those 4-pounders because they might be gold before this tournament's over. Well, it didn't take long before they were gold, and he could not put 4-pounders in the boat. Currently, 3rd place unofficially, 41 pounds, 9 ounces. Still has room to really upgrade with some of those smaller fish.
Wouldn't put it past him, that's for sure. Lee Livesay, a lot of momentum coming into this day.
Yes.
Did a big salvaging of his day yesterday. It was very impressive.
Baby.
I just can't do anything but think about the amount of pressure on Lee Livesay. He's done so well. He's won at his home lake back-to-back years. He considered Lake Fork, because he guides there so much, one of his home lakes. But this is the place where he won his first major tournament. He's won, he said, almost $500,000 just on Ray Roberts. So a lot of pressure here. He has a lot of friends and fans that come out to the weigh-ins and we're at Takeoff, that sort of thing. And, man, it just was so crowded in that area that he chose to fish yesterday and today. Was the last boat to leave yesterday. This morning did have his pick. Caught a few fish early, but then midday when we saw him make his move yesterday, it just did not happen for him. Unfortunately, he watched Easton Fothergill catch some fish that really gave Easton the big lead on Lee. Lee finally said, hey, I'm out of here. You can have it.
So. Yeah, tired of watching that movie, and let's watch that movie ourselves right now. Easton Fothergill. Wow, what a performance today. Not a really good day, number one, but this was off the charts.
Yeah, just a great day for Easton. Such an unassuming, even though he's had so much success, an unassuming angler. Yesterday he seemed to be so humble and so thankful to be on the stage because, let's just be honest, there were a lot of big expectations for him coming into the Elite Series, and he has not done well at all in those first two events. But, boy, he has made up for it yesterday and today. Certainly proven to everyone he is the real deal. Very young, great angler, a great human being. Great to talk to, very respectful and understands the big stage that he's on. Great to see him having a good day today, no doubt about it. Currently, unofficially, 53 pounds, 11 ounces, and I'm saying that might even be a little shy.
So calm, collected, buttoned up, almost to a fault. But when he puts a 7-pounder in the boat, he sounds like Darth Vader running up 5 flights of stairs in there. He's not immune to that sort of excitement.
I am your father. Yeah, he looks calm, cool, and collected, but when you hear those breaths coming out there,
oh,
you're
man.
Exactly right. That's a cool Toyota Midday.
Yeah, that's it. That's the Toyota Midday Report. We'll follow it up now by following our leader for a few more minutes here, Easton Fothergill.
He's got a 4.8 in his 5-fish limit. He needs a 7.7 to tie Paul Mueller's all-time single-day record of 32 pounds, 3 ounces from Gunnersville.
Tommy, you were there last night when I asked Easton, hey, did you just grow up using forward facing, or you grow up like most people just fun fishing and then realize this was a tool that you would have to learn to use? And he said it's exactly that. Yeah. I grew up just fun fishing, catching all different species, but I realized once I started using this technology, this live sonar, that this is something that I needed to get better and better at, and he has certainly used that well the last 2 days.
You remember he told us last night, he said, I've got this place. I stayed in one place mostly all day on day number one. I've got 4 other spots. I don't know how many of those he's been to today, but maybe just those 2.
Yeah, it looks like that. And
yeah.
You remember it just like I do. It's one of those make you say,
yeah.
He's got 4 more spots.
Yeah.
Look out.
And watching him use the forward facing and watching him entice the fish to bite his finesse worm, whatever it may be that he's using, is interesting because you learn something about how they strike, how they eat, and why they're doing it because you're able to see that.
Yeah.
Not something I've ever been able to use, but now I'm learning a lot from these guys.
There is a big-time skill level at what they're doing. I mean, it is a technology some people love, some people hate. I get that, to each his own. But there is a big skill level in what they do. Everyone in the field either has it on their boat or has the opportunity to have it on their boat.
It's like the billfish tournaments. The guys will follow fish. They'll see them come up in the spread. They'll be at 100 feet following the baits, and then they turn off, and they can see where the fish goes. They can cut the fish off. The fish comes back up in the spread, and they'll follow them for sometimes an hour, 500-600-pound marlin. And then once it dives below 250, 300 feet, they let it go. They say, you know what, let's move on. But they'll bait it for hours.
Well, we could tell pretty early on today that Easton was on to something for sure, that he was going to have a productive period of catching them for a while. It was about 11 o'clock when he caught the 7-pounder.
Don't be a gar. Oh my God. Please stay. Oh, we need this so bad. Please stay. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Please stay. Please stay. Please stay. No. Yes!
Tank. Yeah, that's certainly about the only way you can describe that fish. That not a real big mouth. That is just a tank. That is a very healthy Texas bass, no doubt about it.
Fed up in a big way. That's your Humminbird mega moment with Easton Fothergill. 7-pounder to anchor that big bag of fish he's got right now, estimated 28 pounds and 12 ounces. And look at that almost 12-pound lead over Lee Livesay as it stands right now. Still some fishing time left. We've got a little bit more to show you on our presentation, our last bit of Bassmaster Live for today. McKinney, Johnston, Cox, Lester, Shryock, Shakurat, Benton, and Johnston. Our top 10 with time running out here on day number 2. Final moments of our Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. Live coverage here. Coming to you on Bassmaster.com. Our live coverage sponsored by Power Pole. We appreciate that participation in this great event. This time-honored tradition, and very important to anyone who's ever fished a bass tournament. Probably from the first time they ever do it, they start thinking about this destination right here, which only a select few will reach this point. It's a wonderful opportunity, and it's never guaranteed. You got to work hard every year to get here. Hunter Shryock has done that 3 or 4 times.
Caught that 6-pounder a little while ago to get back in our top 10. Scott Martin just landed his 5th fish to get inside our top 10.
Wow.
Brandon Lester had a 7-0.
Look out. Oh my gosh, she's barely hooked. Wow. Thank you, God! Guys, 3.5-inch Berkeley tube. We just caught a freaking Fort Worth, Texas giant! Woo! I said, there's gotta be a bass in there. I said, doop. Bit my cricket, jacked them out of there. I don't even know what I'm saying. Pinch me right now. Is this a yes, we lost a damn 5-pounder. Who cares? Drop this thing. What is that? A 7? Oh my gosh. That rod's done. 7-11 flipping stick. Abu Garcia Xenon.
He mentioned yesterday, I love fishing the big line. He was winding, vibrating jigs and that sort of thing yesterday, but today he picked up a flipping stick after not having a fish at 11 o'clock.
To get that bite there to begin with, to even get started on it, because that's a game changer, guys. We ain't done yet. We can get 1 more. We can get 2 more. I mean, we probably just lost a 4-pounder over there, so we're not going to stop until we get till we got to go in. We still got the rest of our day, but gosh, dude, you just cannot stop. You can't start thinking bad things. You're just bass fishing. It's not the end of the world. That's a magnum. That is a stinking magnum, dude. Like, look at this tree. That's the most perfect tree that you could, gosh. And that sucker is like, it looks like it's 16 inches long.
If there was a photo of the day, him holding it under his arm, that'd be the one. That thing looks like a mega.
13 pounds in the last half hour of his 21.5 pounds. Our 3rd bag over 20. He's in 2nd place, just 10 pounds and change behind the lead.
So, Seuss, do you have record of when he caught his first keeper bass today? Wasn't it like almost 11 o'clock or so? Certainly 10.
12:39 was a 2-0, the last, the first one entered in his bass track.
Wow.
He may have gotten rid of a smaller one first. No, that was his fifth fish, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was his fifth
That was his fifth fish. He didn't have any.
Nice way to fill out a limit.
12:39, 2-0.
Unbelievable. What a comeback.
Yeah.
Making big-time waves, moving all the way up into second place, cutting into the lead of Easton Fothergill. Come on.
We talked about this. I mean, this lake has all the characteristics of one that the leaderboard is going to do. This up and down, valleys and peaks and highs and lows.
Losing through this spot, I'm not really liking what I'm seeing, so I'm glad
Good
I
for
came
Hunter.
through here. This probably won't be in the milk run for tomorrow, so after this, we're gonna go check the very back of One Creek where I saw him in practice, and then I'll probably be out of time. So, but I feel like I've been very productive this afternoon, just getting the feel of how everything else is laying out that I haven't got to see yet in the tournament.
Five, sixes, and sevens, and he's still looking to call.
Wow.
That's a good position to be in, huh?
It sure is.
And the thought that you could actually accomplish that makes it even more special, and that's what's so great about this lake and this fishery and these guys' confidence.
Great point. Great point.
Hunter Shryox was the fifth 7-0 put on Bass Track today. Jeremy Knepp, Bobby Bakewell, Brandon Lester, Fothergill. Let's see who's lowballed it the most.
Wow. Yeah.
Who's going to take big bass today?
Who's listed as big bass for the day?
All five have 7-0.
Oh, it's tied up. Okay. They were just too pumped up to even weigh them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be a 7.5 in there somewhere.
You see that jig in Easton's hand. He did a lot of his damage with the finesse worm when the water was slick calm, but he has picked up a jig and caught a few of those fish later this afternoon since we had the winds build up a little bit on a jig. But let's not forget where that red bug finesse worm got him earlier in the day.
Absolutely.
So nuts. You've had to sit here and bear it the whole time, listen to me try to rationalize what the heck's going on. But it's not that bad if you can actually get some dang bites. Like, come on. Give me something. Yeah, I got it.
He's just looking back at everybody. He's like, you guys all hearing this? You hearing this?
I hear this.
Oh, yes, yes.
That's your music, Tommy.
No. That belongs to Davey Height.
Oh, I'll gladly do this because I can promise you Davey Height loves a big rod and heavy line, flipping stick. Yeah, we'll go with the Berkeley tube if you want to.
We just
Hunter.
caught a freaking Fort Worth, Texas giant.
Absolutely. Power Pro replay the day. Fort Worth, Texas. Whatever he said, giant. Absolutely. Hunter Shryox. Power Pro replay the day. We love it. You got time to do that once or twice more before you have to go in. And, you know, I can't get over being excited for him even more because he did not have a fish at noon. He kept his head down, and look at what has happened for Hunter Shryox, all the way up to second place.
Oh, well, let's see. Unofficial now. Let's run our top 50 down before we have to go here. Easton Fothergill still on top. His lead now down to just 10.5 pounds. Sounds like a lot still, and it is. Hunter Shryox in second place. Lee Livesay hanging in there in that third spot today, but a good bit of ground to make up, and ditto for Trey McKinney. Turned his day around after a dismal 3 or 4 hours of fishing. Corey Johnston had a little bit of a tough time today, but staying in that top 5. Chris Johnston now is just below the top 10. Corey and Chris on the last day of the final in the top 10. I don't know. It could happen. Kyoya Fujita falling out. Carl Jochimson's been right under the top 10. Tyler Williams ditto. Those two guys have sort of been floating right under, staying in good shape to make the top 25 for the final day, Championship Sunday. Connor Jacob, Chris Zaldane, we saw him catch a good one today. He's still above the line. And on the line, man feeling the heat, Wes Logan, John Garrett, Caleb Sumrall, Justin Hamner, Walters Lehue. Those 5 need some last-minute heroics to get it done. Kyle Austin, one of our winners from the Opens last year at Santee Cooper, 20 pounds and 2 ounces in 34th place. Wes Gore, Robert G., Jacob Porosnik, Pat Schlopper, Bobby Bakewell. Dylan Akins, Will Davis Jr. expected to do well here, did not live up to his own expectations. I'm thinking right there, Matt Airy was second here in 2021. So it goes all down through the 56th place. Only 25 are going to make it. Easton Fothergill, he knows he's going to make it, and he wants to win it all.
For me, it's my dad. I was born into a fishing family. My dad has been a diehard tournament angler, you know, as long as I can remember, and he's always the first one there to congratulate me. And he's always the first one there to say, you got to get your butt in gear. So, you know, he's definitely my biggest motivator, and, you know, he's my biggest role model for sure. Yeah, it would be a dream come true to make the final day, and, you know, hopefully we can do that again and be in contention. That's all you can ask for in this event, is be in contention, and especially being in Texas, you know, anything can happen on that final day. So hopefully we can catch enough to make it till Sunday, and, you know, once we go then, it's game on. We'll try to make some fireworks happen.
Easton Fothergill in charge unofficially, but we think he's got a wide margin against the rest of the field right now, but it's far from over. We've got a third of the fishing left in this Bassmaster Classic. That happens tomorrow. We'll get official for today when the weigh-in begins at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. You can see it all right here. It's going to be a lot of fun there at Dickies Arena in the great city of Fort Worth. Coverage tomorrow starts at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Later on Fox after 3 hours in the afternoon, as we had today. Appreciate you being with us. Bassmaster Live at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, sponsored by Under Armour.